Test 1 2. enjoying the quiet, actually. It's really peaceful. Very quiet. It's very pleasant. Okay. Very nice. All right. I have a few too many things open is what I have, and not what I want. All right. Good evening, and welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Bonsall Unified School District Board of Trustees, the May edition, also known as May-cember. So much excitement going on. We will start with a roll call.
Isla Nicknom here.
Erica Tig here.
Rachel Dombrowski here.
Roger Murchat here.
Michael Gaddis here.
And Larissa Anderson here. We are all accounted for. If we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And if we could have our student board representative lead us in the pledge. Prior to convening here for open session, the board met for both a facilities workshop at 3:30, and then in closed session, we discussed the appointment, employment, evaluation of performance, discipline, transfer, dismissal of employees, Government Code 54957, discussed our position regarding collective bargaining with the Bonsall Teachers Association and the California School Employees Association, Chapter 703, in order to direct the superintendent as the chief negotiator in a matter of BTA and CSEA contracts. We had discussion about public employee performance evaluation. That's the superintendent. And let me get the readout language regarding our legal matter. That the board has taken action in closed session regarding a settlement agreement claim number 25-06285. The agreement resolves a pending matter involving the district. The settlement was approved by a 5-0 vote of the governing board. The superintendent is authorized to execute all necessary documents related to the agreement. And with that, we will look to move to approve the current agenda with an amendment. We will be taking item number 7.7 and putting it into the action items. With that, is there a motion to approve the current agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Bringing us to the minutes of the regular meeting of April 9th. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to our reports, starting with our superintendent, Dr. Heather Galley.
Good evening, esteemed board members, Mrs. McInerney. Welcome to the May board meeting. I can't believe it's already May. There's a quotation up here. You know I like my quotations. This says, "Gratitude makes sense of our past, brings peace for today, and creates a vision for tomorrow." And I begin with that because I think as I move through my report tonight, you'll see that the idea of gratitude is really at the heart of everything that we're recognizing. So tonight we're focusing on appreciation. It's appropriate for May. And that means appreciation for our staff, for our families, for our students, for our community partners who alongside us help to make sure that we guide our students to grow and thrive. This image on the opening slide, many of you will recognize. This is from our recent Purple Star Awards ceremony. And I think it's just such a meaningful example of what makes this community so special. That evening brought together our schools, our military families, Camp Pendleton leadership, local dignitaries, community members, student performers. We even had the 1st Marine Division Band, which was really exciting. All to celebrate our military-connected students and all 5 of our schools receiving the Purple Star recognition once again. And we know that events like that don't just happen. They don't happen just because of one person. They happen because a lot of people come together with a shared commitment to students and families. And it really was a beautiful reflection of service, innovation, collaboration, integrity, everything that you see there for our values. This is my 31st May as an educator. And every year, it's always an especially meaningful time in schools. There's a lot of celebration. There are performances. There are milestones. There are traditions. Lots of reflection. And across Bonsall Unified, we see incredible examples of that kind of creativity and partnership, service, support for students. And I'm just going to highlight a few of those here for you tonight before we move into some wonderful recognitions. And of course, we want to first, before we celebrate more, we want to ground ourselves in why we do this work. Isla, this is your last board meeting. I know. Can you please read for us the vision and mission for Bonsall Unified?
Our Bonsall Unified School District vision is that all students in Bonsall Unified School District engage in rigorous and relevant learning experiences that inspire them to be productive community members and future-ready lifelong learners. Our mission is that we empower all students to thrive in a positive, safe, and supportive environment through high-quality education focused on the whole learner.
Beautiful. You're getting really good at that, right? These are not simply words on a slide, and that's really important. They are reflected in classrooms, performances, events, field trips, family partnerships, daily interactions across the district. Everything that we highlight comes back to this. It comes back to meaningful learning experiences and making sure that our students feel supported, challenged, connected, and inspired. That starts, of course, with our staff. So throughout the month of May, we celebrate and recognize incredible people across our organization who make Bonsall Unified a special place. You'll hear about some of those individuals tonight from Mr. Williams, but before we get there, I want to sincerely thank every single employee in our district. We've got teachers, classified staff, administrators, transportation team, maintenance and grounds crew, food service staff, office teams, instructional aides, counselors, custodians, and support staff. Every single role matters, and every person contributes to the success and well-being of our schools. These are just a few images from some of the awesome celebrations that happened across the district, and I hope our principals maybe will highlight a few more tonight. We have such an amazing PTA group across the district, parent groups, our education foundation, and community members, and they work together with our site administration to have all kinds of awesome celebrations. I mean, coffee bars and donuts and chalk and you name it, so many different things. So we're deeply grateful for all they do. I know that I told you a couple months ago that we were informed about this recognition, but we finally got to go celebrate at the Honoring Our Own, and we need to recognize once again the 2026 Confidential Administrative Staff of the Year from the San Diego County School Board Association and AXA, and that is Mrs. Gina McInerney. I just have to shout you out as many times as we can because we were so incredibly proud, and you represent the very best of Bonsall Unified, and it was such an honor to stand up on that stage and to recognize you. So thank you. And now I want to, of course, recognize one of the many things that makes our schools really, really special is the way our staff creates authentic and memorable learning experiences for our students, really things that they will remember for the rest of their lives. This is at Bonsall West. They do a living museum, and every year I get to meet really amazing historical figures. I mean, this year I met Elizabeth Blackwell and Lucille Ball and Albert Einstein. I think I met Pele and Jane Goodall. I mean, there were so many wonderful different figures that they had researched, and they bring them to life through performances and presentations of their research. Really exciting. And of course, it builds confidence. It builds communication skills and creativity and curiosity. And these are all things that we know they will remember forever. Our students are also going to remember the annual Tomlinson Games every year. This is also such a beautiful example of a meaningful tradition in our district. I don't know if you all get the Village News, but you should check it out. This past week, there was a really wonderful spread about the Tomlinson Games that Joe Naiman wrote, and it highlights the origin of where it came from, highlights all of the students who participated and how they did. And it really is just so great to see students out there competing. But what I loved is that regardless of what school they were from, is because across our district, they were all cheering for each other, and they were so excited when they saw the success. It's just a tremendous amount of planning and heart. There's Cindy Tomlinson down there at the right, Dom Anguiano, and our PE staff, our teachers at all of the schools. They really do a lot to make sure that our students can participate in this. It's awesome. Our students are at 6th grade camp. This is Bonsall West students. I think Sullivan is also, yeah. So this is another example. This is something our kids are going to remember for a long time. Not all schools do 6th grade camp anymore. These are experiences that are an important part of their educational journey. And if you think about camp and the opportunities they get to build confidence, they're strengthening friendships, they're developing independence, they are creating lasting memories together outside of the traditional classroom environment, which is awesome. So I want to thank the teachers and the administrators and the staff members and the parent volunteers that make events like this even possible, because it's not easy to support that. Community events that our staff is so excited to participate in. We were proud to participate again in Koopa Days in Paula, and this is a wonderful celebration of culture and community and tradition. We know it's really important for students not just to see their identities and their cultures and their histories honored and celebrated, but they saw their staff members and people that they love at their schools there to celebrate them. And of course, you see Trustee Ortega, he's there giving the waters out to the dancers and the singers, because it gets warm and it's tiring when they're doing that for a really long time. But we're grateful for our partnership with Paula, and we appreciate the opportunity to participate in things like this. It strengthens those connections. And I'm going to announce just a few things that are coming up, more opportunities, because you'll hear more from our principals later about some of the awesome things that are happening in our schools. But I wanted to make sure everyone knew that the 3rd annual Bonsall Athletics Golf Classic is happening this Saturday. Tee time's 1 p.m. I'm going to golf for the 2nd time in my life. And I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that I do okay. But there's also other ways to support. All of the proceeds go to Bonsall Athletics. So I wanted to make sure everyone knew that that was coming. We also have a couple other, in addition to the many promotions and the graduation ceremony and the senior awards night and all of the things coming up, we have other large celebrations that I want on your radar. Vivian Banks is celebrating an important milestone of 30 years. And that's 3 decades of serving students and families. And this celebration coming up on May 20th is from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. at Vivian Banks, and they're going to have quite a program. So I wanted to make sure that that was on your radar, and it's over there in Paula at the Vivian Banks Charter School. We also have Bonsall West Multicultural Night coming up. This is something that I know Bonsall West is very, very proud of. Yet another example of our staff and students and families coming together to celebrate diversity and richness of our community. And we also have a pickleball charity tournament coming up for Vivian Banks that I know I've seen in the newsletters, wanted to make sure it was on your radar, but it's a charity tournament that's happening on May 31st at 8 a.m. Super fun. If you like pickleball, please check that out. And like I said, in a few weeks, our students are going to participate in a lot of other end-of-year, really important milestones. We're excited for that. It brings such a mixture of emotions as I'm looking at our student board rep here. A lot of mixture of emotions, but we're excited for those to occur coming up soon. Okay, so now it is my pleasure to start a couple of recognitions that we're going to do. And I'm going to start with a community partner recognition. And is Patty Miriam here? Can you please come up here, Patty Miriam? She really likes it when I put her up right here as a public figure right in front of everybody. It's your favorite thing. Yes, watch your step, and please come right up here next to me. I have some things that I want to share. You don't? I don't. Okay. Sorry. Well, I tried, and it's not very good at all. Yeah, well, it's achievable. Just don't play with your teenage sons. Okay, so it is my pleasure to recognize an extraordinary community partner in Bonsall Women's Club. And Patty Miriam is the president here of Bonsall Women's Club. And this is an organization whose generosity, service, and dedication really have made a lasting difference. They continue to make a lasting difference in Bonsall Unified and across our entire community. Here are just a couple of fun pictures for you to see. Really, for decades, Bonsall Women's Club has embodied what it means to serve others. Their members consistently step forward to support students, families, staff, and community programs. They do this with kindness, with compassion, a true spirit of giving. I've been to their meetings before. It's really something you have to witness to see the power of this group together that meet here in this room. And their commitment to education and to Bonsall Unified is remarkable. Every year, and I just want to highlight a few things that they do, they provide generous scholarships. So next week we have a scholarship night, senior awards night, and they provide scholarships every year for our seniors, which helps them as they take that next step towards career, college, future opportunities. At Bonsall High School, they also recognize every month the seniors who are the students of the month. So you see a picture there in the middle. Every month they come, and for the seniors, they bring a gift card, and they just recognize their accomplishments. And those acts of encouragement may seem, somewhat simple, but they're not. This is something that sends a powerful message about the fact that their community sees them. They see them and they recognize them for what they're doing. They believe in them and they're investing in their future. They've also been super supportive of our teachers. And just recently, we were informed that Bonsall Women's Club, again, is donating in this for this year $6,400 so that every single teacher in our district can get $50 to spend at their discretion for their classroom to support what it is that they need in their classroom, which that alone, just can we have a huge round of applause for that? I was there with Mrs. Olivia Haro to receive the check, and I did mention to them, it may seem like $50, like our teachers spend a lot of their own money to create beautiful environments, and every time someone recognizes that and shares something like that, it really matters. They feel appreciated and they know that you see what they do. And of course, I want to recognize the support. This is now our 4th annual Stages of Inspiration BUSD Bonsall Women's Club Art Show. This started 4 years ago with Patty coming into my office and saying, I have an idea. I really would love, we've got amazing artists in Bonsall Women's Club, and I would really love to have a partnership where we can highlight their work and we can also highlight students' work. And every year it's grown and it has changed, it has evolved. This year, just like last year, we had a juried committee where students actually evaluated the artwork. And we also had Community Choice Awards, and those, we have them prepared, ready to give to the students. We've got to figure out the best venue for getting the students here so that we can award that. And what will the Community Choice Award winners receive?
Well, they're receiving lovely certificates and a small cash prize and their ribbons and Larissa co-chairs, and was really the chair of it the last 2 years.
So Miss, our president, Larissa Anderson, is also on Bonsall Women's Club and co-chair or chair of the art show committee. It is a tremendous amount of work behind the scenes to pull that off. And we're very, very grateful because the smiles on their faces and the recognition of their work is amazing. So we will be pulling together the 13 students who are receiving the Community Choice Award, and we will be presenting that to them. And so I just want to say that on behalf of Bonsall Unified, we are so grateful for your partnership and everything you do. We look forward to a very long, amazing partnership with you. Thank you for all that you do to support our students in our schools.
I will take back all of
Yes.
that gratitude to our club. I
Please.
clearly represent a wonderful group.
Okay, I have one more recognition that I will do before I turn this over to Mr. Williams. This was really tough for me. Isla has been such an amazing student board member. Can you please come on up here? I pulled together some words and I was thinking of, oh my goodness, her positivity, her professionalism, her willingness to share an authentic voice, her ability to somehow multitask and be our student board member. Let's see if I can get some of these right. She's also our valedictorian for the high school. Crazy. She's a Bonsall High School Academy ambassador. She is, right, I know, and she is, there's more, ASB, and also, along with ASB, you also, is it Medical Club? Medical Club, Interact Club? You support with Community Engagement Initiative, Speech and Debate, Mock Trial. I don't know if there's anything that Bonsall High School offers that she doesn't participate in. And track. Okay, well, I will say every year we have the pleasure of having a student board member represent Bonsall High School, and every year it's a wonderful experience for us. I can truly say that we are going to miss you so much. Your humility, but your willingness to just, oh, she's also on the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. That's the one I was forgetting. I'm like, I know there's another one. She really shares her voice so beautifully. We're so excited for whatever the future is going to bring for you. And we demand that you come back and you share with us everything that you're doing. Okay, you're gonna make that definitely a thing. And did you decide what you're doing next year? What is it? UC Riverside. And what are you majoring in? In biology, okay? So congratulations on all of your accomplishments. You are amazing. I'm going to see you at all of the events in the next couple of weeks, but this is your last official board meeting. And so we've got some things here for you. We have a certificate for student board member. Yes. And we have some beautiful flowers. And these are for you. And some Bonsall swag. And this is for you. I'm going to hold it for you in the picture, and then I'm going to walk this up there, and we're going to take a picture, and then later you're going to take a picture of all the board, okay? Okay. This is for you. We're going to move to some other wonderful recognitions from Mr. Alan Williams.
Thank you so much, Dr. Golly. Good evening, Governing Board, President Anderson, and our student representative. You have been a very, very fine representative for the student body of Bonsall High School and the entirety of Bonsall Unified School District. Thank you so much for your service. You're going to hear that a lot in your life, I'm anticipating. Well, tonight we are celebrating our Site Teachers of the Year and our District Teacher of the Year. This is such a pleasure to do. We have so many hardworking teachers throughout our district, and each year we select, I should say, the staff selects one Teacher of the Year from each one of our sites, and we just wanted to bring these folks in for one more celebration, just to express our deepest gratitude and so that you, the governing board, could hear more about them. And so we're very excited to first bring up from Bonsall High School, Margaret Armijo. Margaret, if you could join me. And I wanted to share just a bit about Margaret and what she does at BHS. So Miss Margaret Armijo leaves a lasting impact on our students and the entire Bonsall High School community. She brings together remarkable passion, deep expertise, and genuine care in everything that she does. One of the clearest examples of her excellence is her leadership of our mock trial team. This year, under Miss Armijo's guidance, Bonsall High School earned more awards than any other school in the competition that they participated in. That's a round of applause. We go against some very big schools with very competitive teams, and to win the number of awards and be recognized is truly significant. That success reflects not only our students' talent, but also Margaret's extraordinary dedication. The countless hours she spends coaching, preparing, and encouraging every team member. Through mock trial, she helps students develop critical thinking, public speaking skills, and a real understanding of the legal system. In the classroom, Ms. Armillo teaches Foundations of Law, a rigorous course articulated with the college that allows students to earn college credit while still in high school. She continuously seeks ways to expand opportunities and create meaningful experience that prepares students for life beyond graduation. What makes Ms. Armillo truly exceptional is her versatility. She teaches both English and social studies, skillfully connecting literacy, history, law, and civic engagement. Her lessons challenge students to think critically, communicate effectively, and become informed, thoughtful citizens. That's very important for her. Ms. Armillo also serves as a powerful mentor to our seniors, helping them build the confidence and skills they need to succeed in college and their future careers. Her dedication, leadership, and unwavering commitment to students make her richly deserving of this honor. BHS is incredibly proud to name Margaret Armillo as their Bonsall High School Teacher of the Year for 2026. Congratulations.
Bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Armillo. So unless he snuck in, Sergio Guzman, are you here? Okay, so that's right. He is at sixth grade camp. I knew that. But I do want to read the narrative about Mr. Guzman. It is my great honor to recognize this year's Bonsall West Teacher of the Year, Mr. Sergio Cesar Guzman. Mr. Guzman exemplifies what it means to be truly an exceptional educator. He builds strong, meaningful relationships with the students and consistently goes well beyond the call of duty, oftentimes one of the first to arrive and one of the last to leave. He is always willing to give his time and energy to support our students. Whether he is advising BW News, Bonsall West News, for those of you who needed that, guiding student council, organizing the variety show, mixing music for performances, running lunchtime sports programs, or serving as the energetic DJ for the running club. I didn't know they had one for the running club, but I guess they do. And Friday assemblies. Mr. Guzman brings enthusiasm and school spirit to everything he does. He creates a positive, exciting environment that students look forward to every day, and he runs a really tight ship when it comes to physical education. I've never seen sixth graders sweat so much. Every time I'm there and I see him in PE, it's really encouraging. In the classroom, Mr. Guzman inspires his sixth grade students to excel both academically and personally. He nurtures confidence, creativity, and leadership while building a strong sense of community. Mr. Guzman is also an outstanding teammate and colleague who supports his fellow educators and contributes generously to our school community. He doesn't just teach, he pours his heart into this profession because he deeply cares about his students in our school, and for that reason, he's at sixth grade camp right now instead of standing next to me. But we're very appreciative of what he does at Bonsall West Elementary School. Congratulations, Mr. Guzman. Big round of applause. All right, at this time, I'd like to bring up Monica Zamora, if you could join me. Such a fine group of educators, and Monica is certainly deserving of this award for Bonsall Elementary School. Miss Monica Zamora is a teacher who embodies everything that makes BES a caring and inspiring place to learn. She consistently goes above and beyond for her students and colleagues, not because it is required, but because it is who she is. With creativity and enthusiasm, Ms. Zamora makes learning engaging and fun while maintaining a warm, positive, and supportive presence that lifts up everyone around her. She has created a classroom environment where every student feels seen, valued, and believed in. Academically, Mrs. Zamora is deeply committed to student growth and success. She knows her students as individual learners, differentiates instruction to meet their needs, uses data to guide her teaching, and maintains high expectations while providing the support necessary for students to build confidence and academic independence. This year, Mrs. Zamora demonstrated extraordinary strength, compassion, and professionalism while navigating the heartbreaking loss of Raiden, one of her precious students. She showed up for her students each day with grace and resilience, placing their emotional needs above her own during an incredible, difficult time. She showed some amazing resilience. And I just know, too, that the family was so supported as well. And they spoke with Mrs. Zamora about the loss of their precious child. Well, I want to finish with Monica exemplifies the very best of our profession: kindness, dedication, and unwavering commitment to children. She is truly deserving of recognition as one of our outstanding Teachers of the Year. Congratulations, Monica. Oh, and we have a special visitor tonight. He just flew in from Hawaii, her son and daughter. Thank you so much for being here. All right, now we'd like to call up Kelly Lyons, if you could join me. Well, Vivian Banks Charter School is proud to recognize Miss Kelly Lyons as our 2026 Teacher of the Year. Miss Lyons has done an outstanding job of building a strong, nurturing foundation for our youngest learners. Under her care and guidance, her students have made remarkable progress this year. Many who began the year academically behind have shown significant growth and have made impressive gains through her intentional instruction and early intervention and unwavering daily support. What makes Miss Lyons truly special is her genuine care, dedication, and deep commitment to every child and family she serves. She creates a safe, nurturing, and engaging learning environment where all students feel valued, included, and supported. Her calm, patient, and focused approach, especially with our youngest learners, has made a lasting impact. Her work at Vivian Banks is already changing lives throughout the Paula community by expanding access to high-quality early learning and giving students a stronger start toward future academic success. Beyond her classroom, Ms. Lyons is deeply invested into the entire school community. She serves as a teacher mentor, helped create our PEP Club, and currently serves as the Charter Council Secretary. She is consistently present at school events, volunteers readily, and builds strong, respectful relationships with all families. It is with great pride that we name Kelly Lyons as Vivian Banks Charter School's Teacher of the Year. Congratulations. right, now we'd like to call up Mrs. Jenna Murphy from Sullivan Middle School. From the moment you walk into Mrs. Murphy's classroom, you can feel the difference she makes. There's a sense of warmth, purpose, and belonging. Her students know they are safe, supported, and expected to do their very best. Because Jenna believes in them, they are willing to take risk, work hard, and grow both academically and personally. What stands out most is her unwavering commitment to every student. She is thoughtful in her planning, intentional in meeting diverse learning needs, and constantly reflects on how she can improve. She does this not because she is asked, but because she genuinely wants the very best for her students. Jenna's leadership extends far beyond her classroom. She serves as our English Language Arts Department lead, supports her colleagues, and has served on both the school site council and leadership team. She also took the initiative to start our GSA club, creating a safe and inclusive space for students. What is most admired about Jenna is her remarkable ability to build confidence in young people. She helps students see strengths in themselves that they may not yet recognize. That gift changes lives. Jenna Murphy represents the very best of Sullivan Middle School. Her passion, leadership, and heart inspire all of us, and she is richly deserving of this honor. Congratulations, Jenna. Now, I also want to announce that Miss Jenna Murphy is also our Bonsall Unified School District's Teacher of the Year. And we're going to take a quick snapshot right here, and then we're going to have you sit down so we can watch the video together.
What I love about teaching are my students. They're the reason why I became a teacher. I started as a middle school teacher because I just love this age group. They're going through such a huge transition, finding who they are. It's an honor to be part of that process.
When I go into Mrs. Murphy's classroom, I see a welcoming environment. She really fosters and develops that relationship with the students, really making them feel that they can succeed.
Just main idea, detail notes, nothing too complicated. I love when I see my students making strides in their writing progress. They come into 7th grade, they're just starting out, finding out how to form their ideas together. And then as we develop through the year, it's so exciting to see their sentences become longer, their ideas become more sophisticated. It's just so rewarding.
I'm not the strongest writer. All throughout elementary school was my least favorite subject. And then in Miss Murphy's class, I've gotten a lot better at writing essays. And now I'm a lot more confident in that.
I've grown as a writer a ton because of her. I used to be kind of stale on my writing, but after just hearing books, hearing examples of just writing in general, it really comes out well.
She has helped me a lot with putting my words on paper and argumentative and narrative writing. I was not good at it, and I understand how to do it now.
Miss Murphy's definitely kind. She especially is very loving to all of us.
In the incredibly formative middle school years, an exceptional teacher can make an extraordinary difference. And Jenna Murphy embodies the kind of impact that outstanding educator can make. She helps students feel that they truly belong. She builds confidence so that they believe in themselves and inspires them to achieve at high levels. We are so proud that she is our Bonsall Unified School District Teacher of the Year.
My family is so important to me, and I'm so blessed to have a supportive husband. I also have two beautiful boys. My children are things that keep me going at home. They are blessings to me, but also I love seeing who they are becoming throughout their own school years. It's such a special place at Sullivan, and I'm truly so blessed to be a teacher here. The staff is my family. They are the ones who have made me the teacher I am today. They constantly inspire me with the work that they do, and they don't even make it seem like work. It's like fun. It's where we want to be every day.
So, Jenna, and all the teachers of the year, we're so appreciative for everything that you do in our district. You are really the heart and soul of who we are, and what you do in the classroom makes the greatest difference. So thank you so much. We'd like to get one more group picture. You can sit right there, and we'd like some folks, Dr. Galway, please, our cabinet, if you would get behind the Teacher of the Year principals, if we could all get over there and take one photo. Very good. Yes, one more round of applause for our Teachers of the Year.
I just want to say again, you are amazing representatives of what we see across the entire district, and we appreciate you. And I know that our board would love to get some pictures, and I'm sure your families would love to get some pictures too. So President Anderson, if you want to perhaps do a little recess.
It's 6:49, and is 6 minutes sufficient, or do we need more? Let's do 6 minutes, so we'll resume at 6:55.
We'd like to get one group picture right over here on this side. Congratulations, Margaret. All right, how you doing? From Hawaii. You're in from Hawaii. Yeah, I'm in from Hawaii. Yeah, I just flew in this morning. Oh, wow. I came to surprise you. Oh, my God. Yeah. Yeah, I was supposed to come this weekend, but I decided to come in early. I heard she was getting that more.
6 minutes, 11 minutes, really close. Okay, that brings us now to our group reports. Do we have any of our PTAs from any of our sites? Fantastic. Sullivan. So that is PTO, right?
Good evening, everyone. My name is, I'm here to represent Sullivan Middle School PTO. My name is Daisy Pena. I'm the current president. Oh, good thing I'm kind of loud. As I was saying to everyone, my name is Daisy Pena. I'm here to represent Sullivan Middle School. I'm currently the president. I just wanted to give you guys a brief update of what we've been up to at Sullivan Middle School. This past month, or this current month, we've been appreciating our staff and teachers. So go Wildcats. We did a little something from them every day of the week last week. So, a little treat every day. And then we are so grateful for all of their hard work. We know that they always go above and beyond. And so for us, it was easy to do. We also gathered parent volunteers to support the book fair. So that was a little bit challenging due to the fact that both things were going on at once, but it was not a big challenge, but it was fun to be there and see the kids, how excited they were to have the book fair on campus. So this upcoming month of June, we're working towards supporting our students after weeks of testing. So we're planning a little fun event. It's another, we've done this before the previous school year. It's the yearbook signing event where kids get donuts, we have a little bit of music, and then we also give them paper so they could sign or sign their yearbooks just to reminisce in this last school year. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for appreciating our teachers and organizing all of that. And I understand we have someone from DLAC here today.
Good evening. Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Angelica Martin, and I am a mother of students at Bonsall High School and Bonsall Elementary.
Buenas tardes, yo soy Dana, soy mamá de estudiantes de Bonsall Elementary y de Bonsall High School.
We are your DLAG representatives.
Nos gustaría darles una actualización sobre lo que ha estado sucediendo con nuestro comité este año.
We would like to give you an update on what has been happening in our committee this year.
El Comité Asesor del Distrito para Aprendices de Inglés, DLAC, continúa reuniéndose regularmente para apoyar el éxito académico y el bienestar de nuestros aprendices de inglés y sus familias. Durante las reuniones recientes, los miembros participaron en conversaciones significativas enfocadas en el programa estudiantil, estrategias de mejora y la importancia fundamental de la asistencia escolar constante.
That was all. The District English Learner Advisory Committee, DLACT, continues to meet regularly to support the academic success, well-being of our English learners and our families. During recent meetings, members engaged in meaningful discussions focused on students' progress, strategies for improvement, and the critical importance of consistent school attendance.
Los miembros de DLAC revisaron datos y compartieron observaciones sobre el progreso de los aprendices de inglés en todos los niveles de grado. Los padres, el personal, discutieron factores que apoyan el desarrollo del lenguaje, incluyendo instrucción dirigida, acceso al vocabulario académico y oportunidades para practicar de manera significativa el habla, la lectura y la escritura. El comité enfatizó la importancia de continuar la comunicación entre las escuelas y las familias para que los padres comprendan el progreso de sus hijos y cómo apoyar el aprendizaje en casa. Las sugerencias de mejora incluyeron proporcionar recursos adicionales para las familias, talleres sobre cómo apoyar la alfabetización y explicaciones claras de los resultados de las evaluaciones.
DLAC members review data and share observations regarding the progress of English learners across grade levels. Parents and staff discuss factors that support language development, including target instructions, access to academic vocabulary, and opportunities for meaningful practice in speaking, reading, and writing. The committee emphasized the importance of continued communications between schools and families so that parents understand their children's progress and how to support learning at home. Suggestions for improvement including providing additional resources for families, workshops on supporting literacy, and clear explanations of assessment results.
El comité destacó la asistencia diaria es esencial para los aprendices de inglés y que la exposición constante a la instrucción y ambientes ricos en lenguaje acelera el aprendizaje. DLAC anima a las escuelas a continuar promoviendo la asistencia mediante educación para las familias, recordatorios e intervenciones de apoyo. DLAC agradece el compromiso del distrito con los aprendices de inglés y espera continuar colaborando para asegurar que todos los estudiantes prosperen académica y socialmente.
The committee highlighted that daily attendance is essential for English learners, as consistent exposure to instructions in language-rich environments accelerates learning. DLAC encouraged schools to continue promoting attendance through family education, reminders, and supporting interventions. DLAC appreciates the district committee English learners and look forward to continued collaboration, ensure all students thrive academically and socially. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And are there any other parent representatives from PTAs or PING or anything like that? Okay, then that brings us to our labor reports. I don't think I see anyone unless, oh, okay. Ms. Haro, thank you for representing the Bonsall Teachers Association.
I'm back with another hat. All right, it's been a while since I've been up here. Good evening, board members and superintendent, staff, families, and community members. As you review the budget this evening and make decisions on what reductions need to be made, I want to remind you of a few things. One, we always end up just fine. And hot off the press, COLA May revised is now 4.31. Okay, that's great news. That's like double. And two, I want to remind all of you and you that every budget decision made in this district should begin with one question: what is best for our students? Our students are the reason we are here. Their education, safety, and well-being and future must remain at the center of every conversation and every financial decision. Our educators already give far beyond what is written in their contracts. Every day, educators spend their own money on classroom supplies, snacks, hygiene items, books, incentives, the list goes on, and basic necessities to ensure students feel supported and ready to learn. While we do this because we care deeply about our students, it should not be the expectation that teachers carry the burden of filling in gaps created by budget decisions. We also cannot continue solving financial problems by overcrowding classrooms, creating combo classes, starting the year with class sizes at their max, and cutting essential services. Packed classes reduce the individual attention students receive, increase behavioral and academic challenges, and make it harder for teachers to meet the diverse needs of every learner. Cutting support staff and services may appear to save money in the short term, but in the long-term cost to students and families is far greater. The easiest solution is not always the right solution. When services are cut and classrooms are stretched to their limits, the people who suffer most are our students and their families. They lose opportunities, support, systems, and the quality education they deserve, and many people come here because of that, of a Bonsall education, which is amazing. We urge this board to make thoughtful decisions that prioritize students over convenience and long-term investment over short-term fixes. Our district should be a place where students are fully supported, families feel valued, and educators have everything they need to do the job that the community expects them to do. We stand ready to work collaboratively toward solutions that protect student learning, maintain meaningful services, and support the professionals who serve this district every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone here from CSEA? Okay, that brings us then to our management reports. Who is up first? Is this Principal Fortney? It sure is. Great day to be a Bonsall Bear.
Always. I can't believe it's May. Good evening, board, Dr. Golly and Gina. I can't believe this is my last board report of the year. So we will just get started. As you can see up there at the top, we honored and celebrated Monica Zamora as our Teacher of the Year. You can see her daughter right there. It's her daughter and their friends, but she's also holding her phone because Monica's husband and son live in Hawaii. They're working in Hawaii right now. So we had them on FaceTime as we surprised her in her classroom. So it was so exciting to see her here tonight and that her son surprised her. Okay. We celebrated Staff Appreciation Week, and our PTA and our whole school community went above and beyond to honor and appreciate our entire staff. Christian, can you push play? I would probably mess it up. So I hope this works. I tried it. Our PTA made a little video of the week.
And this is when the moments turn to memories. And this is when the future gets so clear to see. And this is when tonight becomes a masterpiece. And this is when the moments turn to memories. So I sit back and watch the sun paint us go. For a moment we feel like we rule the world. We are free. Can you feel it too? It's nights like these that only prove. And this is when the moments turn to memories. And this is when the future gets so clear to see. And this is when tonight becomes.
Thank you. So thank you. Our PTA on Monday, Mike's Flowers in Fallbrook donated 900 flowers to our school so that every student that walked in the door was able to get a flower to take to their teacher. The PTA had little mason jars for them to make their bouquets. You could see they made thank you cards. Every morning the PTA played Name That Tune at our morning announcements. So our PTA president would get on and play a song, and then it would be the 5th caller or the 10th caller that called into the office, and they would get a gift card somewhere. Monday was a coffee and snack bar. Tuesday was Cinco de Mayo, so it was Taco Tuesday. Wednesday, Ms. Chamberlain and I provided lunch for the staff. Thursday was popcorn day, a popcorn bar, and Friday was an Italian day. So they just really went above and beyond to spoil our staff and make them, and we have a big staff. We have over 100 people, and they really made them feel special. So we're really grateful to our PTA and the whole community for making our staff feel appreciated. This morning, I spent the day at BizTown. If you recall, last year, I did a big presentation on BizTown because I was so blown away by it. I told Mrs. Lawson, please make sure that you give your students a survey again, because those answers were hysterical about their experience. They were honest, and so we had a large group of parent volunteers, and this is just some of our pictures. Last year when I went to BizTown, I caught their work in progress and the tail end of it. This year I was there for the beginning, which was really neat. And I sent Dr. Golly some videos if she wants to share them sometime with you all. But there's a mayor and there is a judge, and the judge has to swear the mayor in. And then the mayor has to swear in all the CEOs. And it's run like companies. And the parents were all very blown away by how well run BizTown is. So thank you to the district and the board for approving the support for our students to go and be little entrepreneurs and learn how to run businesses and cash paychecks and decide what they wanted to spend their money on for the day. Okay, lots of events as always at BES over the last few months. We had our annual daddy-daughter dance. There's a couple pictures there. And then our mother-son movie night. They saw Mario Kart. We bought out all of the 4 movie theaters, maybe 5, all the movie theaters at the main movie theater down there in the village. The parents and the kids all got matching sweatshirts and enjoyed movies, popcorn, soda. Up there at that top middle picture, we had our volunteer breakfast. This is, I think, 3 or 4 years running now that the staff hosts a breakfast for our volunteers to thank them for all they do. And obviously, those aren't our only volunteers, but those are the ones that made it to our breakfast that day. We had our open house, our 2 nights of open house. With a week-long book fair. Our book fair brought in $20,820 worth of sales. But we had our chicks that were born in our kindergarten and TK classes, and so we had families that adopted those chicks and took them home. Down there in the right-hand corner is just one picture from one of the open house nights. All of the desks had students that were dressed up in their clothes, and then it was an All About Me book. That's actually Mrs. Sheik's class, and they did their big trip to Mars show a couple weeks ago. I think that's what it's called. What's it called, Olivia? Vacation to Mars. Right now we are in the season of plays and performances, and we have a lot coming up. So seems like something every week. We have a hoedown coming up here soon. So just a lot of fun. As Dr. Golly talked about, we had hosted Tomlinson Games as well as our track and field day, always very popular. And as Dr. Golly shared, it was great to see all the schools there together cheering one another on. It was a wonderful event. We started CASP testing, and we had a prep/pep rally. Teachers dressed up in some inflatable costumes, including Miss Haro there in the flamingo. And they had a race, and Miss Pato and Beth Tett, our PTA president, worked together and made a lot of fun signs that are student-centered lingo that were posted all over the school to help pump them up and support them as they are working through CASP testing. We are getting close to being done. We're getting there. So our students are working really hard and doing well with that. Our amazing counselor, Miss Megan Hoond, I put her Instagram down there because if you would follow her and see all the wonderful things she's doing, our attendance has really gone up this year, and I'll show you that in a minute. I think a lot of it has to do with Miss Megan and just her desire to make sure that all students are seen and that they feel like they belong. So in April was Autism Awareness Month, and if you see that little AI picture down there, that's Clyde. He, along with his mom, made a video about what it's like to be a child living with autism. We had another student and his mom make a video. It's all on Instagram. And they just were very honest and open about what it is like to be a child living with autism and what it's like to be a parent of a child with autism. And so then also right now, she is honoring Mental Health Awareness Month. So there's a calendar of events there that's in our Bonsall Bear News of things for students to do. This week she's done a lot. She did a a little scavenger hunt. You can see she had all these little things like I believe in myself, and you can see them up there taped all over the school, and kids got their scavenger hunt paper and they had to run all around school and try and find those. She had a dance party yesterday. She had a bubble blowing party, and she's just letting kids know that it's okay to be different and to have struggles, and just honoring those. So we're very grateful for her. I see there's only 5 bullet points up there, but there are so many things going on. I just put up the main things there. As Dr. Gawley shared, and as many of you were at, we had Lucy Neville, who is a 3rd grade student at our school, whose both parents are in the military. And not only did she speak at our Purple Star event, but she also, a couple of Fridays ago at our Leader in Me celebration, she delivered her speech to our 3rd through 5th grade students, and we also honored all of our students who have parents in the military with a little purple wristband for being a military child. Down there in the right-hand corner, our students get Bonsall Bear Bucks throughout the year for doing good deeds. Teachers give them out for various things, and then they can spend them in our paw shop where there's little toys and fidgets and things they can buy. But this year we added that you could save 100 of them and have pizza with the principal. So these were the first 3 students who were so excited and giggling and ran up to Miss Tisha in the office each with 100 bear bucks in their hand and said, "We're here to have pizza with Mrs. Fortney." So they got special little bags, and I might have snuck ice cream in for them as well. But we had fun. They asked me all about me, about my kids, and do I have dogs, and what do I like to do in my spare time? And it was just really cute to sit down with them. A little bit of data there. Our attendance rate, our ADA for this year, has gone up about 1% from last year, so our average daily attendance. And we just had a school site council meeting on Monday where I reviewed our SIPSA and passed our SIPSA with our school site council. But excited to report that last year we had 17.2% of our students were chronically absent, and this year we're at 12%. So a lot of that has to do with our entire staff, our teachers, our support staff, everybody who makes all of our students feel welcome and supported each day. Every month at our Leader in Me assemblies, we recognize the top 3 classrooms with the highest attendance. And last year when we would do it, I'd say we were around 92% attendance when we would honor the classrooms. This year we're between 97 and 98% per month when we are honoring those classrooms with the highest attendance in our school. So we will continue to do what we're doing and make it even greater as we move into next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Fortney and Principal James, Sullivan Middle School.
Good evening, everyone. Okay. Good evening, President Anderson, board members, superintendent, and Mrs. McInerney, and members of our Bonsall Unified School District community. As we approach the end of another remarkable school year, it is an honor to reflect on the incredible accomplishments of our students, staff, and families at both Sullivan and Bonsall High School. This year has been definitely defined by growth, resilience, and continued commitment to providing exceptional learning opportunities for every student. Across both campuses, we have seen our students excel academically, athletically, artistically, and in service to their community. From strong classroom instruction and innovative programs to outstanding performances in music, visual arts, athletics, and student leadership. Our students have demonstrated what is possible when high expectations are paired with meaningful support and a strong sense of belonging. We've continued to expand opportunities that prepare students for success beyond graduation, including our academy pathways, early college offerings, intervention supports, and efforts to strengthen student voice and connection. At the same time, we've remained focused on creating school environments where every student feels safe, valued, and inspired to achieve their full potential. None of this would be possible without the dedication of our teachers, classified staff, counselors, administrators, and well as the unwavering partnership of our families and community organizations. And you will see that in the following slides. Their collective efforts have made this truly an exceptional year for both Sullivan and Bonsall High School. Tonight, I'm excited to share a few highlights that capture the outstanding work taking place at both schools and the many accomplishments of our students and staff throughout the school year. What I'd like to highlight first is our Legion launch. This year marked the first Legion launch, a new tradition event created to welcome our 8th grade students from Sullivan Middle School to Bonsall High School. We used to host the launch during registration, but we've offered it now during the school year to give every 8th grader the opportunity to visit BHS and prepare to begin their journey as future Legionnaires. During the visit, students toured the high school campus, met teachers, student leaders, and explored the wide range of opportunities available to them, including our academy pathways, athletics, club, visual and performing arts, and early college opportunities. They also learned about the academic expectations and support systems in place to ensure that every student is successful and connected. The success of our first Legion launch highlighted the strong partnership between Sullivan and Middle and Bonsall High School and our shared commitment to supporting students through every stage of their educational journey. We're excited to make this the annual tradition that helps students build confidence, strengthen connections, and look forward to all that awaits them at Bonsall High School. You could see they had a really good time. They did all the activities at the bottom, but even some of them covering their faces at the top because they're 8th grade, but that's okay. And then we do have our Teacher of the Year, of course, that was, waving and highlighting different aspects of our campus. All right, our next slide. As always, our Music in the Parks. Sullivan Middle School students truly shined at the Music in the Parks, showcasing their incredible talent, dedication, and hard work. Our guitar program had an outstanding showing, with Period 7 earning a superior rating and Period 4 earning an excellent rating, a testament to the growth and commitment of our student musicians. Our show choir programs were equally impressive, with both beginning show choir and advanced show choir earning superior ratings, demonstrating the strong performances and exceptional preparation. In addition to our advanced show choir, brought home the overall junior high stakes award, an incredible honor that highlights their excellence among competing schools. We were also proud to celebrate Waylon McMillan. I don't know if I have a picture of him up there. I think in the very top. He won the overall junior high accompanist with an outstanding individual achievement that reflects both talent and his dedication. They had a really good time. This was over at Knott's, and the kids performed in the morning, went to Knott's. Some of them got sick, and they still showed up for the picture. So it was great. It was a great opportunity, right? Okay. As everybody's been talking about the celebrations that we've been doing all week of our staff, and we truly have, amazing staff through Bonsall Unified, but specifically I'm going to highlight Bonsall High School and Sullivan Middle. But during our Teacher and Staff Appreciation Week, our incredible staff at Sullivan Middle School was celebrated in a truly special way. Throughout the week, our amazing PTO, as you heard from earlier tonight, spoiled our teachers and staff with delicious food and snacks throughout the week. Mrs. Lopez's husband even got up early on a Monday morning, which at secondary that can be rough to do, maybe for everyone, but made breakfast burritos for us and brought them in. Their generosity and support made the week memorable and reminded our staff how deeply appreciated they are by our school community. In addition to celebrating our entire staff, Ms. Suedos and I were also touched by the kindness, surprised that they recognized the assistant principal and principal day. We're very grateful for the thoughtful gestures and feeling incredibly fortunate to work alongside such dedicated educators, supportive families, and a PTO that constantly goes above and beyond for us. I do have to say, Ms. Suedos played a trick on me, came in and said, we have an emergency, we got to go, brought me outside. All the kids were lined up all the way around the building and had pom-poms and cheered me on. I was taken back, so it was very sweet. I was trying not to cry the whole time. It was great, but I thought there was something terribly wrong. So I ran outside like, oh my goodness, what's happening? But yeah, so I told her, wait till next year. I'm going to make it the greatest, right, for her. But so at the very end, you can see, you would think it was at the end of the year, but it really doesn't seem that way on the top. We have so many things that are going on. And I asked the staff, I'm like, I'm not sure we could cram one more thing in, but we're having so much fun towards the end of the year. So you can see all the events that we have, especially for our 8th grade. We're excited about a reclassification celebration happening, our Rawhide Ranch dance for our 8th grade. Our popular, very popular students and staff softball game that we have, and then that evening they got to go home, take a shower, hopefully, and then they have the Rawhide Ranch dance at that evening. We have our 8th grade awards that Monday, yearbook signing parties, you heard PTO talking, and then we have our 6th grade Greek games. They're also going to Mulligan's, I forgot to put up there, and then our 8th grade promotion that week. And then I took this amazing picture. Thank you so much, Mrs. Lopez, for all the hard work that the PTO and everybody brought to us. Again, we are so fortunate to have that support from our families. Okay, Bonsall High School. So this is their senior picture. It turned out so good. And they're like, do you want to be in it? I said, nobody wants the principal in there. They can just highlight themselves, right? So for Bonsall High School, we had the guitars, you could see up in the very corner. This was the first time that we've offered guitar at the high school and they went to perform. So our high school guitar took Superior at the Music in the Parks competition. And you can see there's only just a few up there and they did such an outstanding job. We're very proud of their achievement and our talented musicians a couple weekends ago at Music's in the Park. The guitar program earned a Superior, the highest distinction award at the event, recognizing their exceptional performance, dedication, and musicship. This accomplishment is a direct reflection of the hard work, commitment, and perseverance of all of our students, along with the incredible leadership of Mrs. Pecor. Countless hours of practice, preparation, and attention to detail went into this performance, and it truly showed on stage. She stays after, she has them in there at lunch. They even won the biggest stuffed animals. We didn't know how we were getting them home. I offered my car. I think they shoved them in their car and Mrs. Pecor's car. So they were able to bring it home after Knott's and after their performance, which was great. Performing at this level requires not only technical skill, but also confidence, collaboration, and passion, qualities that our students demonstrated beautifully. We're incredibly proud of the way that our musicians represented Bonsall High School with their professionalism and pride. Their success is a testament to the strength of our arts program and the supportive community that surrounds them. If you can see the pictures that we have at the bottom, we have our medical careers, our medical club. The students, they paid money to have water balloons thrown at them, so that's why they're all in their outfits and completely wet. But all of the clubs were raising money, so they did a fundraiser, and then we even had a dunk tank, which we only had the staff that was in the dunk tank. So nobody else was in there. But Bonsall High School had an incredibly successful Cub Carnival fundraiser, bringing energy and excitement and school spirit to campus. Students had a great time exploring the wide variety of clubs available, learning more about the ways to get involved and supporting their peers through fundraising efforts. The event was filled with enthusiasm as students connected with different organizations, discovered new interests, and contributed to causes that make our campus community so vibrant. From start to finish, it was a fun-filled day that highlighted the importance of student involvement and the positive impact of our clubs. Thank you to all the students and advisors who helped make this event such a success. We're proud of our strong sense of community here at Bonsall High School. And I also put up here that we're finished, highlight there. Our AP tests are done as of today. Our AP Spanish actually had to use a CD player, which we had to find one. But we did. I actually had one and I brought one in. So, but the AP test is finished as of today, and then our CAS testing, we're getting really close to finishing, almost done. So you can see the two guys there in the corner are very excited that their AP classes are done and the testing is finished. Okay, you can see some famous faces up here, right? Thank you to our district leadership and our community members for helping support our student portfolios. They posed very nicely for this, so I do appreciate, and our staff and students do appreciate for you coming up and helping with our portfolios. Each student compiled a portfolio highlighting academic achievements, projects, and career exploration experiences, along with their personal reflections. Through these presentations, students demonstrated not only what they've learned, but also how they've developed important skills such as critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and goal setting. The portfolio exhibition is an important part of the Bonsall High School community to deeper learning in college and career readiness. It encourages students to take ownership of their education and make meaningful connections between their classroom experiences and future aspirations. We're incredibly proud of the confidence, preparation, and professionalism our students display as they shared their stories and celebrated their accomplishments. Again, you'll recognize some of the faces, and I would like to thank our district leadership and community members for taking the time to visit and listen to our students as they presented their portfolios. Also, our sports. Our spring athlete season at Bonsall High School was filled with outstanding performances and our school pride. So our student athletes in baseball, softball, track and field, and boys volleyball represented our school with tremendous effort and sportsmanship throughout the season. Our baseball and softball teams completed with determination and continued to build strong programs grounded in teamwork and perseverance. The track and field team showcased impressive individual and team performances, with athletes setting personal records and demonstrating their commitment to excellence. A special congratulations goes out to our boys volleyball team for an exceptional season that culminated in a trip to the CIF San Diego section semifinals. Their hard work, resilience, and teamwork were on full display as they advanced deep into the playoffs and made our entire school community proud. You can see in the picture. They're very proud. We are very grateful to our coaches, families, and supporters who dedicated countless hours to athletic programs, especially this Saturday, so thank you ahead of time for helping to support our athletic programs. And most importantly, we congratulate all of our student athletes for their commitment and leadership of Bonsall High School, both on and off the court. Okay, and then for our community, again, we've talked about the art show, but I love this picture at the top because I took a wide lens view. There were so many people at our art show, and it was well attended. A lot of families were there, but we were proud to partner with the Bonsall Women's Club to present the 4th annual Student Art Show, a wonderful celebration of creativity and artistic expression across our district. This special event showcased outstanding artwork from students at every grade level, highlighting the incredible talent and imagination and hard work of our young artists. This evening was made even more memorable by our student performances that added music and energy to this event. We'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to our Bonsall Women's Club for their continued partnership and support of the arts education. Their dedication helps make this event possible and provides an inspiring opportunity for our students to shine. If you look at the bottom 2 pictures, we did have some of our staff present, or I should say, show up, and they were at, this was a couple weeks ago, students and families had the opportunity to participate in the annual Koopa Days celebration hosted by the Paula Band of Mission Indians at Paula. The Koopa Days is a vibrant community event that honors the history and traditions and culture of Paula people through traditional bird singing and dancing, and cultural demonstration, games, food, and activities for all ages. I know we have Mr. A, who's always down there. We have Mr. Rodarte, who showed up as well, but just presenting. And then they also made a big banner of the mural that we had presented in our booth. Okay, I would like to thank, we've got our senior awards ceremony next Tuesday, but I wanted to highlight and thank our scholarship sponsors. I've listed them up there. This is one of our biggest years, scholarships for Bonsall High School students, and a total of $19,400 of just what our community is giving away to all of our students. We have many awards that we're giving away, many opportunities, and college money for our students. I know they're so excited, and we're making it an Oscar-themed event. So it's going to be so much fun, and we couldn't do this without our amazing sponsors. So we're very thrilled and excited, and the students I know are going to be very thrilled and excited to receive the amounts of money that we're able to present them with. So thank you to our community for the outstanding donations that we've received this year. And I just wanted to list, because I'm always curious, I know when I hear about our students, these are just some so far. Where are our seniors going? So if you take a look at the list, they're going to various places and pretty excited as they venture out. And we don't have a very large class, so the fact that we have so many students, I think we have about 67 students. So the fact that they're going everywhere is pretty amazing. So very proud of our seniors. Congratulations. And this is truly a testament to our teachers, to our support staff, and our community that we've really supported and lifted up our seniors. And this is the result of what we've done in partnership to really move them forward and send them off into the world. So we're excited about the things that they're going to do and all the stories that we hear, and they come back and they're going to be guest speakers for us, right? So as we move forward, again, I did not tell Mr. Leo to barbecue. This was during the staff celebration, but that's what he wanted to do because that's what his love is. But yeah, he made barbecue. We had Ping for the high school that did a barbecue for us on Wednesday and then provided snacks for the week. So we are truly grateful for our Bing community and our parents that supported our staff appreciation week. And then if you look, we've got some staff down at the bottom as well. I did put a picture of Coach A or Mr. A, and then I did Mr. Robinson at the top because they've been presenting at what we call a SoCal Link, which is an opportunity for a regional professional learning event that's hosted by the Learner Collaborative, and it's at the University of California in San Diego. It brought together educators and school leaders from across Southern California, and I'm proud of the work that they've been doing because they've been talking about not just Bonsall Unified, but at the secondary of how we're supporting Native learners and then what we're doing with our academies and pathways. And they've been able to share that with other districts in Southern California. So they're actually presenting next Thursday. They've invited us to go. They've created a video, which I will share with Dr. Golling. She can share it with the board, but they've worked really hard and have presented and attended these SoCal links for this whole school year, really doing a great job representing us. As you can see, our activities, again, you wouldn't think it was at the end of the school year with all the events that we do have going on. But towards the end, some of the highlights that we have our senior sunset, which is happening on the 1st, and that's going to kind of end the year for our seniors. And then we also have graduation, which is happening on Friday from 6 to 8. And that's Bonsall High School.
Thank you, Principal James. That brings us to our board member reports, and we'll start with our last report from our student board representative.
Good evening, everyone. So as it was just Staff and Teacher Appreciation Week, I want to give my appreciation and gratitude towards our teachers and staff who are so hardworking, and they're the ones working with us and supporting us every single day. And Miss Armijo specifically is such a caring and understanding teacher. I'm really glad I was able to have her as my English teacher in 10th grade and now have her in my last year as my AP Government and Economics teacher. And I also had her as my teacher coach in mock trial. Of course, she's very busy, and I'm very encouraged by the scope of different courses that she teaches and the credentials that she has. I've also had the pleasure of seeing Miss Lyons in action. The TK students and kindergarten students that she has are so well behaved and really respect her and are always engaged in her classroom, and I'm really just saw how much she cares about them and how they respond so well to that care. And then again, In regard to sports, I know Miss James already covered it, but baseball won their last game of their regular season yesterday, and they find out about playoffs soon. So this weekend they'll find out if they made it. So we're hoping that they did. Volleyball had their senior night game like a few weeks ago, yeah, and it was really great because a lot of people, like teachers and students, came out and supported our seniors and half our team is seniors, so it was really special seeing them being honored. And a lot of them had played since the boys volleyball team was started too, so that was amazing. And then softball just had their senior night on Tuesday. They've had a great season as well, and then track season is over. It was really fun. I'm very glad that I did track my freshman year, and I ended it off doing it on my senior year as well, so I thought that was nice wrap up. And we're looking forward to honoring our spring sports athletes and their hard work during our last pep rally, where we'll also be announcing our academy winners. So we have the whole competition going where which academy gets the most points. I think right now Law and Leadership is winning, which is a little upsetting, but that's okay. They did great. And in regard to the academies, this was something new we had this year, and I really think it was an amazing thing that we integrated into our education, into the high school, because it fostered an increased sense of school spirit with our competitions, but it also added to our academics because we had field trips where the students were able to see the real world application of what they were learning in the classes that they're taking, and further understand the options and explore their interests that they have. So it was really beneficial, and I'm looking forward to seeing it be integrated more in the future because it was just the first year. And then I think it relating to Symposium because Mr. Van is also involved with the academies. He leads and Mr. Hinchliffe as well, of course, he leads our academy ambassadors in what we do in our planning and our meetings. And he was in charge of Symposium this year, and it really transformed under his leadership with the assignments that he gave us, making resumes, making portfolios that we then not only, making them, but presenting them and practicing those communication skills, and really, practicing being able to sell ourselves because that's, what you have to do in interviews and such. He had them fill out W-4 forms, and it's just really preparing our students for the future because such exposure to, forms that they'll be filling out in the future is really important to just the familiarity of it. And then AP testing has also come to an end. I took the AP Spanish test earlier today, and we were joking around saying it feels very old-fashioned because it's the last year that it's on paper, so we had a little speaker and a CD player, so it was really inspiring to see the amount of preparation and work our students were putting in, the late nights, staying up studying, and so we really hope that it was all in good effort and they passed their tests. And the students are now looking, as the course is now over, they're looking forward to their much-deserved break for the rest of the year. It's like work time now, partying, celebrating with snacks and such. And then in regards to clubs, Red Cross had their third and final blood drive for the year on the 1st of this month. And then theater had their spring production earlier in the month as well. It was the 1st and 2nd of the month. It was called 13 Reasons You Should Not Be a Pirate, and the theater company members and the audience members, the people who attended, really enjoyed the play and thought it was definitely a comedy and thought it was really funny. And then, of course, our seniors. As our high school chapter comes to an end, we're definitely reminiscing on our past 4 years, but we're really excited to see, what the future entails and holds for us. As Miss James showed, we're figuring out our next steps for the future, committing to a variety of different universities or colleges. Palomar, Cal State San Marcos, UCSB, UCR, just to name a few, as there's a lot of different places that we're going. So some of the events we had Soka Senior, which you saw on Miss James's slides. It was a little cold that day, so I felt bad, but it was really fun because the students, were able to throw water balloons, and teachers hosed our seniors down. And then we also had prom, which was full of lots of pictures, and we just danced the night away. It was really fun. Then we have our upcoming senior awards night next Tuesday, where our seniors will be awarded scholarships, awards, and recognitions. We're really appreciative of the local scholarships that we're able to apply to. They are, anything we receive is such a great support and further encourages us to do the best that we can. We have grad night at Universal, which will be a very long time because we get there at 12 and then we're there till 2 a.m. the next day. So we'll be very tired, but that just means we'll have even more fun. And then our events on the last week of school, we're gonna have a water day, a movie center day, and a gratitude center day where we sign yearbooks and write our thank you notes to all our teachers and staff and, fellow students. And of course, graduation, which is definitely going to be a very emotional day, but an extremely special one. And of course, finally, I want to thank everyone, the Bonsall Unified School District, for having me as the representative for this year, and my fellow board members. You guys have all been so supportive, and I'm really grateful that this opportunity is provided to enable a student to share their perspective on everything going on. Though this time has felt short, I've truly learned so much about what goes on behind the scenes in running a school district. The late nights, the respectful disagreements, and the amount of communication and collaboration needed across everyone in the district. I've really seen how you all care deeply about our students, and I really hope that you all continue to do your best and take every voice into consideration. I really enjoyed my time here, and I hope that we all have a great rest of the year and a very relaxing summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Ortega.
It's hard to follow that. Because I got to say that our student rep here has been exceptional, an exceptional representative of the students, and she exemplifies our high school district values and spirit. So, great job. I had an opportunity to go to the portfolio exhibition makeups, and it was pretty interesting to see that process with the students actually talking about their thing. You could see where some students, they all had a formula to go by, but some of them were actually really, really comfortable with that formula, and some of them were actually making that formula theirs. It was, you could see the development that some of the students had as I went through the different tables and stuff, that they were able to really express themselves well, very well. And I also was at the Purple Star Award event, and I thought that was pretty exciting. We went, well, I guess we all were, right? So, but I thought it was really exciting. I know a lot of us have military connections and stuff, and I know out there in Paula we have a lot of people My grandfather was in the military. A lot of my uncles and family were in the military, and our community itself, a lot of them have been in the military. So, but you know, on the reservation though, it affects us a little bit differently, because a lot of times people, when they're relocated, the students don't usually go. They usually stay with somebody else in the community, in the environment, whereas in other parts, it affects them where the entire family up and leaves. That's not always the case. I do have some that had a brother or son that stayed there in Paula, while another child was born in Texas, because of the family had moved, and the one child stayed and was raised by an aunt. And I mean, it's just some of the incredible stories with the military families. And to see this event where it shows how much the district supports this particular group is incredible, and the fact that they're getting recognition for it. So I think it's pretty awesome that our district is in that position. Coupa Days, I wanted to do a shout out to Mr. Hinchliff and Mr. A, and of course Mr. Rodarte. Mr. Rodarte got there. They were all there. They all did great jobs. Mr. Rodarte was there, and I remember he was talking to some of the people, saying he was there like almost all day, and he was going to leave at 4. And they go, hey, Mr. Rodarte's going to be leaving pretty soon. I go, oh, I'm going to go by and say hi. I hadn't had a chance to talk to him yet. So I pulled up a chair and I sat with him. Next thing you know, it's 4:30 and we're still sitting there. And I go, hey, you were leaving, right? And he goes, oh, that's okay. But I go, well, just because I'm on the board doesn't mean you have to stay here. If it's your time to go ahead and go. Just remind me, because I'm here. I'm going to stay here. I'm here for the whole night. So, but yeah, I'm not sure if he was doing that just because he enjoyed the situation, or if because on the school board he thought he had to. But he was really cool though. He was really cool about everything, and talking with some of the students as they were coming by and stuff like that, seeing everybody talk to them, and was pretty awesome. Did I read that right? Mr. Hitch's going to be throwing out the first ball for the Padre game? Yes. Oh, very interesting. Very cool. I think I'm busy that night, but I wish I could be there for that. Can he throw a ball, do you know? Can he throw a ball? BizTown. I had to comment on BizTown. I've been to that a couple of times, not recently, but I'm actually pleased it's still going on. I thought it stopped for a moment. I think it might have stopped during COVID or something, but that's an incredible situation for putting our students in, to see how the whole system works together. You know, basically it's economics at its best. A lot of times you read about it, you know, and you take classes on economics, and you know, you do different things, but when you actually see the whole process working together, sometimes you don't really understand how it all works together, you know. And I think that's an incredible program, so I'm glad the students had a chance to go there. I will be attending Valley's, was it Vivian Banks Charter School 30th anniversary. I think that's going to be pretty cool. A lot of the people that they said they're bringing up from the past to be there, I know all those people. You know, I've been a part of the program for the community for a long time, and yeah, it's just hard to imagine that's 30 years already. And you know, and then I realized, you know, hey, I am in my 60s now, so yeah, it has been 30 years. It's hopefully it's an incredible event, and I'm looking forward to it. And I don't think I'm going to be there for the next 30-year event though, but maybe they'll do one every 10 years from now on. And about our Teacher of the Years, Monica Zamora, the one that was there through, you know, sometimes I know we talked about having some of our favorite teachers. It's been brought up by some of our board members, and there's always those teachers that are there for a certain part of your life, whatever. And she was there for a part that was very where she was there through adversity, through some of the students, and for their family as well. And that's something that, you know, when somebody stands there and stays there, that's where you make the district sort of part of a family, because they're there for you when you need them most. It's very easy for her to say that she was affected by it and didn't want to deal with anybody and that would have been acceptable. But to be able to push that to the side and still be there for the families and for the students and stuff is pretty incredible. And you know, I think a lot of our teachers would do that, but you kind of hope that they never find themselves in that position. But you know, our teachers are pretty awesome, and they would do that if they had to. It's just when you see that, when you see a teacher do it, it just kind of exemplifies everything that our teaching staff is all about. You know, that they're there for the families and stuff. And I thought that was a pretty cool little story there. And congratulations to all of our teachers of the year and stuff like that. It's pretty awesome. And that's all I got for this one. And again, great job. Great job. It's been an honor.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Dr. Dombrowski.
Hi. I feel like I got to sit up straight. So I first wanted to start off by saying thank you, Isla, for serving in such a wonderful role for a student representative for the board. And congratulations to you for graduating and going on to your next endeavor at UC Riverside. I did have a chance to speak with Isla and her classmates a couple weeks ago about, you know, all the seniors basically, and because I am a professor at CSU San Marcos, and I did design our first year class, our first year, you know, undergraduate class, so I know a little thing about starting at college. And so we talked a lot. We had just kind of an open discussion. And I actually shared my start at college, which I shared with them that I was on academic probation my first semester of college at University of Michigan. And I was valedictorian in all of this. I went to a small rural public school in Michigan. And so, you know, it's not always easy as it seems. And I was trying to kind of relay to the seniors that, you know, if you need to reduce your class credits or you need to get out of the harder classes or take one hard class at a time, like if you struggle in math, don't take, you know, math and then a hard science at the same time. You know, renegotiate that with your advisors. And that just letting them know that there's a ton of resources. There's a lot of CSUs I saw on that list. I mean, I know the CSU system has a lot of resources at their disposal. I'm sure the UC schools do as well. But just to utilize those resources that are available to you on campuses. And then some of the students that were actually going into a trade or going into some other, you know, workforce or workforce development or training, I also encourage them to kind of, you know, seek out resources and get internships or job shadow people that you're interested in, you know, collaborating with and kind of test driving that future, you know, workforce opportunity. So congratulations to the seniors and to everyone, you know, all those students that are graduating. And I know it's probably going to be bittersweet, you know, when you get to that day, that graduation day. But I know, yeah, we'll have a, you know, great time moving forward. And then secondly, I just wanted to highlight, I did attend the Tomlinson Games. My sixth grader was participating in it. So it was his last one. I was trying not to cry. I had my sunglasses on in that picture that Dr. Gelly had up because I was getting a little teary-eyed at the event. And he is currently at camp with Mr. Guzman and Miss Milton, and they're really, from the pictures, it seems like they're having a really good time. We're not allowed to talk to them. They have no cell service or no cell phones or anything allowed out there. But it seems like they're having a really great time. And I do want to just echo how amazing our teachers are. In particular, you know, my son really struggled with literacy from, you know, since COVID, because he was in kindergarten when COVID happened. And I have just seen from his time being at Bonsall West how much he has grown in that area, because he got all the extra supports, and because, especially this year with Mr. Guzman, you know, teaching that subject with him, and he's really made leaps and bounds in his writing. I read his autobiography a couple weekends ago, you know, doing my correcting and editing for him and trying to tell him, like, these are the corrections you need to make. So he did so, but it was funny, in every single paragraph he was talking about his teachers at Bonsall West and how great they were and how they helped him. and every teacher was like the best teacher in this subject, and it was really sweet. And so I just do want to echo that the teachers make this school. They really do, and the staff. I mean, we can't do it without staff, and we can't do it without the teachers. So I know that they're super important, and we're super grateful for all the work that they do. So I'm looking forward to attending the 6th grade promotion that will be happening in a couple weeks. I cannot believe I'm going to have a middle schooler. It feels very surreal. And congratulations to everyone that's kind of moving on and promoting, and to the seniors kind of graduating next month. So thank you.
No report tonight, Larissa. We just turn this over to Mike.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to begin. I think first I'd like to talk about Isla for a minute. I mean, I think one thing that if I had to make, well, the first thing I would say about Isla, she's like, where's Waldo, right? Kind of like Larissa here. Whenever you see a picture, you're like, she's going to be in it if it has something to do with the school. Like, where is she at? I know she's there somewhere, just like Larissa's always there. But I think the thing that stands out to me the most about Isla is that, sometimes kids join clubs and join things to pad their resumes, they do it to do it, but they don't really, their heart's not in it. But Isla's heart is in every single thing she does. Every single one of these clubs, she's very passionate about. Everything she participates, it comes through. I mean, I sense it. And I'm like, wow, she's really into this, and it's really important to her. She's not just going through the motions. So I think that's a very special attribute of somebody, and I respect that quite a bit. And so I hope you continue that when you go to college, and your involvement and your genuineness. I think that it really comes through, and I want to wish you all the luck at your next endeavor, and you will be missed here. The next thing I'd like to talk about is Lucille Ball. Did you guys all notice that the little girl was Lucille Ball? That's pretty cool, isn't it? I mean, that's one of those names you just don't hear about. It's almost like Carol Burnett's going to be up there next, right? But I think that was neat, and I almost wish I had been there so that I could have talked to her about that. Because it's such a unique thing. It's almost anachronistic now to be her, but I just think that was kind of a special little event. I really liked everything that I saw there. The other thing I wanted to talk about was Multicultural Night over at Bonsall West. I don't know if any of you've been there before, but it's a very special night. It is a really neat thing to see. They have all these little tables set up, and they have, all the students put their culture up there. They have, some sample foods. They have, some art. They have all different kinds of things, and they do like dancing, and they do things for their various cultures. So if you have not seen it, it is worth a drive over to check it out, because it is kind of, I wish every school would do it, I mean, to be honest with you, because I think it is such a special night. So to honor the different cultures that make us one. The other thing I want to mention is, BizTown, it reminds me of Girls and Boys State. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Girls and Boys State, but the American Legion every year chooses from schools a representative that goes up to Sacramento, and they participate in a week-long event called Girls State, and there's another one called Boys State. I think it's called Boys and Girls State now. Girls State and Boys and Girls State. It's a very big honor to do, and so I would like to see if we could investigate to see how we could maybe get some sponsorship to get some of our students up there in the future, because it kind of reminds me of BizTown. They form a little government up there with a fictitious state. They have elections, they do all kinds of things. So I would really like to see that if possible. And I think the last thing I want to do is I want to, if I could talk to the seniors, the one thing that I would tell seniors right now is to be like Rocky. And what I mean by that is, have you guys all seen Rocky? Did you see Rocky 2? Because most people see Rocky 1, but not Rocky 2. Well, anyway, to make a long story short, in Rocky 1, the heavyweight champion of the world needs an opponent, and he picks a random guy just because he likes his name, the Italian Stallion. So he ends up fighting in this, and he thinks it's going to be just a show, and he's going to beat this guy. And this guy, who basically comes from nowhere, takes him all the way to the very end, right? Like, this the heavyweight champion like just beats him down really bad, like, but he just keeps coming at him. And so when the bell finally rings at the end of the match, they're both standing, but the champion wins by decision. In Rocky 2, he's upset because some people think, oh, well, that guy should have beat you. So he's talking to his manager, and he says, well, I think we should fight him again. And the manager says, no. He says, what do you mean? You don't think I can win? He goes, and the manager said, I saw you beat that guy like a man should never be beaten, and he kept coming at you. And so the reason I say that is because in life, you're going to get hit. You're going to get knocked down. Things aren't going to go your way, right? But you have to be like Rocky. You have to keep coming, because anybody who succeeds, no matter what they do in life, whether they're an actor, an athlete, you go to college, you're a business owner, no matter what it is, obstacles are going to come at you. Just like Rocky gets punched, you're going to get punched. But Rocky didn't stop. And that's, as a senior and just in life, you have to be like Rocky. You have to say, okay, this happens, but you get up and you keep going. And eventually, Rocky 1, Rocky 2. So anyway, that would be the message I would give them. So, and all of you, by the way. So aside from that, that's all I got.
I'm tempted not to give a report only because it's already 8:10 and we still have an action-packed agenda ahead. But as evidenced by all the reports, the whirlwind that is Maycember is a fabulous reminder of just how much talent, growth, pride, and possibility exist across Bonsall Unified School District. And I do want to take a moment to express deep appreciation to all of the incredible people who help us shine across academics, athletics, the arts, and agriculture. So thank you to all of our teachers, classified staff, administrators, coaches, counselors, support teams, board members, families, community partners, and of course our board rep, who show up with extraordinary care, heart, and dedication for our students across our 88 square miles from Paula to Pendleton. And the work here matters more than words can fully capture. The encouragement, the patience, the creativity, the steady commitment that are poured into our students each and every day are the foundation of this district and our community. And thank you all for continuing to help our students flourish. It's truly Bonsall good. And as our Administrator of the Year, Ms. Gina McInerney said recently, there is no I in team, but there's an all in Bonsall. So it truly takes a village, and here's to closing out the year strong. So
Did you say that?
She did.
Oh, I like it.
And that brings us to our consent agenda. And in our consent agenda, we're going to pull out item number 7 so that all of us can vote on the consent agenda. With that,
Motion to approve.
thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to our information items. So we have a micro schools presentation, and that is going to be, oh, look how much vim and vigor as you come up to the microphone. Okay. Wonderful. Do you want to do that first, or do you want to do that? Are we doing the? The vim and vigor is evaporating as they skulk to the side.
They're both wonderful, and it was nice to hear from our principals this evening. As you know, we've got some fantastic principals here tonight. At Sullivan Middle School, Principal James also shares that administrative team with Tiffany Suedos. But at the high school, we currently don't have an assistant principal. So this evening, I'm really pleased to announce the newest addition of Bonsall High School in the administrative team, Cassiopeia Guthrie. If you could join me at the podium. Miss Cassiopeia Guthrie will serve as the assistant principal at Bonsall High School beginning July 1. So we may not get her on the very first day, but I understand she's going to introduce herself to staff, and Principal James is going to have that opportunity coming up in the next couple weeks. But I do want to share a little bit about her with you, and I hope you'll agree, and I think you will. She's going to be a fantastic addition. Ms. Guthrie brings nearly 2 decades of experience across K-12 education educational leadership, curriculum development, higher education, and community engagement to this role. In her current placement as a distinguished teacher in residence and dual enrollment coordinator at California State University, San Marcos, Ms. Guthrie supports educator preparation, university school partnerships, and future teacher development. In this position, she has taught classes across graduate and credential programs, supervised teacher candidates, and led large-scale events, including the Future Educator Summit, a one-day conference that brought 400 area high school students to the university to learn about pathways in education. Prior to serving at Cal State University San Marcos, Ms. Guthrie held district TOSA roles for curriculum and educational technology and coordinated district-wide professional learning and instructional initiatives. Ms. Guthrie's classroom and site-based experience includes working as a secondary English language arts, social science, journalism, ELD, ASB, and instrumental music teacher. That's quite a few teaching roles that she's had, and she's good at them all. In addition to her site and district-based accomplishments, Ms. Guthrie has presented extensively at conferences throughout California on instruction, educational innovation, and student engagement. She believes strongly in the power of relationships and supporting students and staff and fostering collaborative school communities. Ms. Guthrie will also soon be Dr. Guthrie. She is currently completing her doctorate in educational leadership through the joint doctoral program at UC San Diego and Cal State University San Marcos, where her research focuses on school climate, leadership, and educator experiences in today's evolving educational landscape. And finally, Ms. Guthrie is married and has 2 children who are 16 and 13, who are both multi-sport athletes. When she has free time, she enjoys attending the theater as a professional arts reviewer. Yes, you can find her online. And listening to her husband announce SDSU sports events and hiking Torrey Pines. It's a beautiful area. We're so pleased to have you. And I'd like to give you the mic just to say hello to the board.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you. Thank you so much. And it's so wonderful to meet you all. Thank you, President Anderson, esteemed board trustees, Superintendent Ghali, and of course, the greater Bonsall community. I am so delighted to join this community in this role, and I am truly honored that you entrust me with this responsibility as well. I think this is going to be a tremendous opportunity for me to really work in tandem with Mrs. James, and I am very, very much looking forward to this. Thank you again for your time.
Welcome.
Now we're back.
You're back with as much vim and vigor I can tell. I love the smiles. Thank you for allowing our latest administrator to be introduced officially since she was approved during that consent agenda. And we are now very excited, bated breath for the micro schools presentation.
Absolutely. Well, thank you again. Good evening to our Board of Trustees, Superintendent, Ms. Gina, and community. Mrs. Haro and I are here on behalf of a team to present a project we've been working on since January. Don't worry, we didn't spell STEAM wrong. We'll get there. So I do want to thank Mr. Hinchcliffe, who is a big part of helping us as a high school teacher, giving us his time and supporting our elementary school. Miss Sinclair, who's taking on, fourth grade teacher, taking on the endeavor of our micro school. Miss Carcamo and Mrs. Haro for working on this project and creating something really innovative. Okay, so the power of small. Southern California Micro School Network launched January 15th, 2026 was our first meeting where we all got together. And we kind of didn't really know what we were walking into. And we walked in with one idea and we left with a completely different idea. There were many iterations throughout the last few months, but we're really excited to share with you what we came up with. So in partnership with Learner-Centered Collaborative, who we've been working with for a few years now, a microschool, its working definition is small, agile learning community within a school that tests, refine, and spark new approaches to learner-centered education. So this is the mission of our project. Our team has met 5 times, 4 times with Learner-Centered and 1 time with just our team on its own to really hone in and refine our final project that we presented a couple weeks ago. We presented our idea to Silicon Valley schools in hopes that they will partner with us to make this idea a reality. Again, using our framework for the future, our vision, and our mission, what we have come up with really aligns with our vision, our mission, brings our learner profile to life, our learning model, and our True North outcomes to life. So our learning model, what we'll present to you tonight, this learning will be personalized, it will be authentic, it will be competency-based, and it will be equitable and inclusive. And we're excited to introduce this model designed and created to create innovative student-centered learning experiences within our district. Our STEAM microschool, which stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, Agriculture, and Math, can support our student engagement, our academic achievement, and the future-ready learning while remaining grounded in California standards and district priorities. Our goal is to provide students with meaningful hands-on learning experiences that prepare them not only for academic success, but also for success in college, career, and community life. So the vision is a school within a school. A STEAM microschool embedded within our elementary school creates a personalized, future-ready learning environment. It's going to be starting in 4th grade in a 4th grade class, and it will combine the strengths of a small learning community with the opportunities of innovative, interdisciplinary learning. The microschool model allows students to learn in a highly personalized environment where relationships, collaboration, and student voice are prioritized. At the same time, students will continue to benefit from the resources, services, and support already available within our elementary school. The focus is on creating big opportunities through strong relationships, student-centered learning, flexible and responsive instruction, real-world application of academic standards. The model is designed to foster belonging, engagement, and a deeper learning experience for our students. Today's students are entering a world that's rapidly changing. Success in the future requires more than mastering content standards alone. Students need durable, transferable skills that allow them to adapt, collaborate, problem solve, and communicate effectively. Our STEAM model intentionally develops these skills through daily instruction and progress-based experiences. The learner skills we aim to cultivate come from our learner profile of an empathetic collaborator, engagement in the community, critical thinking, effectively communicating, problem solving, resilience, and adaptability. The learning model is rooted in interdisciplinary STEAM instruction and project-based learning. Students engage in authentic learning experiences where they will apply academic content to meaningful real-world challenges. Instead of learning subjects in isolation, students will make connections across science, technology, engineering, arts, agriculture, and math. The instruction is designed to be inquiry-driven, hands-on, collaborative, standards-based, and relevant to students' lives and communities. Project-based learning encourages students to ask questions, investigate solutions, and create projects or presentations that demonstrate understanding. This model promotes deeper engagement because students understand the purpose behind their learning and see how academic concepts apply beyond just the classroom. So here is an example of a day in the life of a Bonsall 4th grader. This is a sample schedule which demonstrates how academic standards and the STEAM integration work together throughout the day. They'll begin with community building and social emotional learning, creating a strong classroom culture that supports student wellness, communication skills, and goal setting. Their math instruction will include direct standards-based instruction, number talks, guided small groups, and mathematical discourse. They'll move into applied math and STEAM learning where they'll use math concepts in real-world contexts through projects and problem solving. ELA instruction will remain rigorous and aligned to foundational literacy skills, comprehension, closed reading, and writing instruction. Students also engage in literacy-rich research that is inquiry-based and connected to their work projects. This is then the second half of the day. They'll participate in extended project work, collaboration and design thinking, presentation and creation time, and reflection and revision. A really important component of this model is dedicated intervention time and enrichment time. This will ensure that students receive targeted support or extension opportunities based on the formative assessment data gathered by their teacher. Mrs. Hara.
So, one thing really fast to go back to that schedule, we had to present this to some high schoolers, and we got feedback from the schedule. And the high schoolers said, you know what? I don't know why teachers do math after recess. It should really be first thing in the morning. And we're like, oh, okay. They're like, we're just a little more awake and can really understand it better. So we switched it based off their feedback. So standards still matter. Obviously, we need to teach the student standards. So even though it's standards aligned, students will still have. Sorry, I lost because I was doing two things. Here we go. So it's still firmly grounded in the academic standards, but the projects will enhance their learning because it'll be more hands-on, and it'll deepen their learning because they'll be more involved and a part of what they're doing. Academic rigor remains a priority while increasing engagement and relevance in the classroom. Our goal is to increase engagement not only in that fourth grade class, but as they continue on, because nowadays kids there's everything around them. We need to grab their attention. If they're involved in their learning, they will be engaged. Student agency and voice and choice. Does this sound like our learner profile or like the learning model? Because this is exactly what it is. When students have a voice and a choice in what they're deciding to research or be a part of, the engagement goes up, learning goes up, and we see amazing results. So students are really given opportunities to make meaningful choices in their learning. Some examples include choosing the project topics, the rules, setting personal learning goals, reflecting on progress, and participating in student-led conferences. When students have voice and choice, they become more invested in their learning process and develop stronger self-management and leadership skills. Collaboration culture, learning together. Collaboration is intentionally embedded throughout the learning experience. Students learn how to work effectively in teams. These collaborative experiences mirror real-world environments where communication and teamwork are essential. The teacher role will shift from instructor to facilitator, where the teachers guide, coach, and support rather than stand in the front of the room and teach. This allows teachers to respond more flexibly to student needs while fostering independence and critical thinking. Teachers will still remain instructional experts while empowering students to take more active role in their learning. Flexible environment, a space that inspires. So a physical learning environment is intentionally designed to support collaboration, creativity, and innovation. The environment supports different learning styles and allows students to move between independent work, small group collaboration, hands-on exploration, presentations. Creating engaging learning spaces can positively impact student motivation, creativity, and participation. Here's a sample project when we were discussing this and coming up with it. using our farm that we currently have on our campus. Design a sustainable school garden where the students will then integrate science, math, ELA, and engineering, and then create a prototype and then present it to an authentic audience. Those are our chickens. Community connection. A big part of this micro school is connecting our students with the community and partnering with them so that they can see what they're doing is actually impacting and can impact the community they live in. These connections help students see relevance in their learning while strengthening relationships between the schools and the community. Community involvement also creates opportunities for mentorship, authentic feedback, and expanded learning experiences. And then measuring success. So moving away from the standardized every Friday spelling, math, reading test. Of course, we still need that information, maybe not spelling, but the other stuff, because we need to see how they're doing in their academics. But moving it towards beyond the standards. So student success, including multiple measures, providing a more comprehensive picture of the student and their growth, and allowing students to demonstrate learning in multiple ways, not just on a piece of paper, but maybe they can present it. Maybe they want to show you in a portfolio. As long as they're able to show that they know the content in a way that they are excited about, that's what we want to see with our students. This approach values both academic mastery and the development of a critical thinker and their skills. Lastly, the big impact that will happen in this small change is we'll have engaged learners, we'll have confident problem solvers, future-ready students, and it'll empower our students to become more engaged learners and future-ready. And then we've got this cute little video that we had our students make. And do I just press, what do I press? Oh, no, I don't know. It's supposed to press. Oh. Okay. Well, that is our micro school. It was very cute. The fourth grade, I'll just describe it. The fourth graders each gave a word that they want school to be like. Innovative, engineering, problem. They said teamwork. They said collaboration. One said no more worksheets. It was very cute. And at the end, they all just said future ready. And it was cute. So our next step is we are waiting to hear from the Silicon schools to see if they will give us some money to get this started. Our goal is to create a STEAM room, like a maker space where our students can then go and be innovative and change the world. Thank you.
Thank you for that cool presentation. And that brings us to, it's not budget time yet, it's facilities time, isn't it? Ms. Caroline Brown, facilities.
Okay, good evening, board, Superintendent Gawley and Gina. I'm here to give you the board report for the facilities update. A lot of it will be what we talked about in our study session. We wanted to make it so that it was in the open session as well. And at the end of the presentation, I will report out on the motion that was passed in the study session. So tonight we are pressing it the wrong way. I got it. Okay, second try. We'll talk about the trustee areas and the results that happened between in the trustee meetings, areas B and C. Talk about the feedback that was similar across the trustee areas, as well as the survey that was closed a couple of weeks ago, the results from the January to April, And then we'll get into our gate number 1, which is making a decision around the TK 6th grade level configuration alignment. Talk a little bit about staffing adjustments, maybe some budget estimates, and a potential timeline. And the first trustee area report is Area B. It occurred on April 23rd. And the same questions, the same 5 were asked at each of the studies of the town halls. And the first one was overall impression. What is it that the strengths of the district, and what are some of the opportunities or challenges or suggestions for change? So the strengths are around the strong Bonsall Elementary, considered an excellent and the heart of the district. They like the structured lunch times and well organized, and keeping the grade levels separate. And the Bonsall connections are highly valued, especially in the farm and that was standout feature. Bonsall High School, the sports were appreciated, softball and other co-ed activities. They like the staggered pickup and drop-off times of the middle and high, and the school spirit is very strong. Some of the opportunities and challenges were to increase the competitive sports offerings at the high school, increase the extracurricular activities, talk about co-ed sports like flag football or lacrosse, field hockey, comments around bullying concerns and early intervention. The aging facilities came up, and the full extended care program was highlighted. And then the community believes that the 712 TK6 arrangement can fix some problems in the district. The next board was on safety and access. You can read those bullets there. Ongoing student interaction at a co-located campus was emphasized, again with the bullying, and they need to consider evacuation routes and fire and release protocols. And then priorities for the future, outdoor activities, alleviate crowding, eliminate portables, gymnasium, lots of things around athletics, and to separate the secondary grade levels. And there was a mention of a dual English-Spanish track. And then funding, taxes, comment around taxes going up can be hard to support. But if the bond was to go on the ballot, to have a detailed project list that people can support and get their head around, and potentially vote for, and then bring back other fundraising activities such as the Legacy Barn Bash and Lionsgate Estate. And then the partnership suggestions were very similar to those found in the other town halls, water park, pool, community, something that is with a partner on Gerd Road, performing arts, sports, as well as a bio research facility. And there was somebody from University of California, Irvine, that suggested we reach out to that entity. And then the next one was Area C. And so the overall impression, the strengths, the leadership, the communication, and then the engagement at Sullivan Middle, and opportunities for improvement. Athletic facilities need more information about facilities planning, consistent communication, accessible formats, greater transparency. And then suggestion is wanting to know more information about the dual enrollment program, and suggesting coffee with the superintendent on a regular basis. And then priorities for the future, very similar across most of the town halls. Portable classroom replacement, expand athletics, consider enrollment boundaries to balance the elementaries, and traffic and transportation, including transportation for athletics. And then safety and access neighborhood impact. There were some concerns around traffic, congestion, and then respondents noted parking pressure and wondered if the developers were paying their fair share to mitigate the impacts of additional housing. Funding, they're interested in exploring a future bond now that the new housing developments will become occupied, and perhaps the tax base will change. interest in emphasizing connections to the school, between school investment and property values, and a recommendation to reach out to the 55 plus communities. Public-private partnerships, very similar across the other town halls, Palomar, higher education trade programs, expanded high school pathways, workforce housing considered, athletics, agriculture, etc. So area B and C, was there any comments from those two trustees that wanted to add anything for your evening? Okay. And then the summary, we heard consistently from all town halls that the families expressed strong support for the elementary, and there's broad community interest in replacing age portables, modernizing facilities, improving athletics and outdoor, taking into account traffic and congestion concerns, and a clear grade level organization and campus identities. And then the secondary campus concerns were around the shared campus configuration and the importance of developmentally appropriate education, and the co-located campus. And there needs to be a clear long-term facility strategy for the middle high. And then communication and transparency, continue the outreach, transparent communication, clear funding strategies, and future planning decisions. And then we had we have the survey results from January to April. This was the question on TK6 alignment and if people were interested in supporting it. We had 199 strongly or somewhat support, and then 82 somewhat oppose, and was the 327 total respondents, and then there's percentages there on the right. And then I took a look at each of the categories and the comments around support, neutral, somewhat oppose, and strongly oppose, and supported them with the comments that were typed in based on the ones we collected. In the upper right hand corner you'll see total respondents, and then out of each total respondent what number of entries were for anybody with a comment. And so basically the strongly oppose and the somewhat oppose to the TK6 configuration, if you deep dive into the comments, it was more around, we like the TK6, but we're not too excited about the 712. And so there was a lot of more conversation in those comments around the shared campus. And then this is the respondent's profile. So in the support, there were district employees, parents, community members, parents, guardians, students. The others I did look up. We had a couple of employees that put other, and we had a grandparent, and we had a sibling of a student. And then neutral is outlined there, and then in the opposed, the number of parents, district employees, etc., that checked those results. And then the summary, align the elementary, reduce pressure on secondary, and improve long-term facilities planning. The nuance is communities concerned is less about the TK6 and more about the 712 environment. And the families want developmentally appropriate school experience, strong school identity, clear transitions, safe and organized campus, and expanded education. And there's an opportunity for discussion if you'd like to do that, and if there's any other discussion items. No? And then Dr. Ghali, would you like to go through this section, or would you like me to clip along? Clip along. Okay. So the decision before the board is to whether or not staff should continue going down the path of making the TK6 alignment district-wide. And so we've shared these slides before where we show our problem. We've got different configurations district-wide, and then the decision needs to be made now so that we can close our gate number 1 and start on our gate numbers 2, 3, and 4 to continue our effort in upgrading the facilities district-wide. And then recommended, we have the grade level configuration is to make BES TK6. Families will see an age-appropriate 6th grade experience, dedicated academic programs, special offerings, and structured transition pathways to middle school. BES classroom expansion, we're talking about adding 5 classrooms for instruction and 1 for specialty. And then in the effort to have equity across the elementary schools, we're going to look at engaging an architect to take a look at the Bonsall L and Bonsall West to make sure we have equity district-wide across all TK 6th grade levels. We do have a modification that we need to make it to the Child Nutrition Services kitchen at Bonsall Elementary to take the service windows to the exterior so that we can reclaim use of the MPR during the lunch schedule. And then we will move over to Sullivan Middle and Bonsall High and remove the oldest portables that were vacated, and then start planning process for updating Sullivan Middle and Bonsall High. And then funding strategies, we would access state funding by releasing some of our local dollars, applying for state reimbursement, and then getting reimbursed 3 to 5 years later. Bonsall Elementary is up for 25-year modernization on the permanent building in 2032, and the portables up in 2029. Bonsall West is was up this year, and so we can do the application process there, and their portables are up for the 20-year mod on 2034. And then Sullivan Middle has been built over time, so their permanent buildings are qualified for state funding between 2020 and 2024, and their permanent buildings were qualified, some in 2011 all the way, and I'm sorry, the permanents are 2020 to 2024, the portables are 2021 to 2037, depending on when they were put in. So we have some opportunity to go for some state dollars for some of these projects. To align to do the modernization and modification project, we would engage an architect to develop the plans simultaneously to ensure equity across both sites. And we would like to make sure both sites receive some kind of STEAM with an A, extra suite in the modernized program. And then we would maximize the state funding. And then Child Nutrition Services, modify the child nutrition to release the MPR throughout the day. We also want to make a spot over in the TKK for dining so that they can have be closer to the food. We'll take the food to them instead of them walking the food back and forth. And then lunch service would be scheduled at a more appropriate time of the day. Right now I think they're running lunches from 10 to 1:30, so we would maybe reduce the number of windows of service time there. And then Sullivan Middle and Bonsall High, evaluate the oldest portables, coordinate with the architect assessment and future site work. That's on the agenda later today, so if we get that approved, we will start working with the industry specialists and the site layouts and get the facilities assessments done to figure out what it is we have, where it is, and what a good plan might be for further separated 7, 8, 9, 12. And then we would have clear alignment across the district. And then the path forward, this is the timeline coming up, so we'd have to, it's a aggressive timeline, but a doable timeline. We need to confirm enrollment and classroom counts to make sure that it's feasible that we can modify the site, and engage architectural firms and a CEQA consultant. We need to have scoping meetings with the site and provide direction to the architects, and then they'll do their work, get the engineers to do their work, and then get it into DSA. The CEQA consultant would be used to do a notice of exemption or other CEQA required documentation. And then the plan in the fall-winter of 26-27, we bring back the plans to the board, get some approval on what we're doing, and then procure the buildings, and procure the contractor, and then do some construction, hopefully over the summer of spring, summer of 2027. This is our funding strategy. We've kind of touched on that a little bit. We do have some capital funds available to start our process, and then we would apply for state funding. And then, Mr. Williams, did you want to talk on the staffing picture? Okay. You good? Okay. And then the next slide is our estimated budget. This is all estimated based on a best guess scenario as to what work we need to do. And then the next one was the schedule, and our touch points with the board are the ones that are outlined in the darker orange. And that takes us through closeout and notice of completion in November of 27. And then just a brief closing. We have the, it's a sound recommendation to align the elementary schools. Education benefit, we talked about the facilities benefit, we talked about it's more than just a grade level move. And then the timing is now so that we can close gate 1 and get on to gates 2, 3, 4, and 5 in a longer range facilities master plan. And then we will take care of doing the planning for the enrollment and getting the data to make sure that it's feasible. And then we have discussion and closing, and I would say here that the direction the district received in the budget, in the board workshop, approved by 3 board members, opposed by 1, and 1 member absent, move forward with the TK6 alignment and engage an architectural firm to initiate BES and Bonsall West modifications, modernization planning, and develop modular scope and child nutrition options. I get that right? And that's.
Sorry, I was and looking at a plan for Bonsall High School and Sullivan. And we also have some land that's adjacent. Would they be also looking at that as a possibility? In other words, okay, here's what you have, and if you were able to acquire certain areas of property that you were able to, would be able to do this?
Yeah, so we're planning a meeting next Friday with the firm if it is approved this evening. I think what we're going to do is have a kickoff meeting and provide them with all the historical documents of what we've done at that site already. I know that Baker Newicki had put together some sort of thing with the land adjacent that we could provide to them, that maybe they could see a creative way of doing something, or you have them just work within the boundaries of the land that we own, or combination thereof. But yeah, I would expect that we would be sharing with them every iteration of things that we've done and what we've talked about, and let them go away and come back with some suggestions.
Great, thank you.
So at this time, before we close the discussion, because as you just mentioned, we had a 3-1-1 vote, what I'd like to potentially revisit, unless there's any concerns from anybody on the board, we had a motion by Trustee Merchat and a second by Trustee Dombrowski as it related to what you already identified. But I was hoping that maybe we can just take a vote officially in public so that all 5 of us can have our voices officially recorded. Is that possible? Is that okay?
We actually already have a vote and a motion.
We do, but in order to include all 5 voices, we need to officially revote again. So we have a motion and a second on the table and just in public forum. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Aye. Or nay. Nay.
So, thank you.
But
So-
I do think that was out of order because there was no motion made at this point.
Well, I was reflecting the motion and the second that we had from the study session, bringing it forward, but just including so that we had all 5 of us on record.
Okay.
I think we're okay. Do I need to do something different?
You can always approve it again.
It's 8:54 p.m. I think we're good. So that way we have all five officially reflected on the record.
We could go for 2 out of 3.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody. That brings us to our action items for the evening. The first action item is 9.1, and this is the adoption of Resolution 26-05-04, recognizing Classified Employees Week.
Motion approved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 9.2. This is adoption of Resolution 26-05-05, recognizing Teachers Appreciation
Motion to
Week.
approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 9.3. This is resolution number 26-05-03. It's the approval of the amended and restated joint exercise of powers agreement related to the Bonsall Unified School District Rainbow Municipal Water District Joint Powers Financing Authority. And there is about 4 paragraphs worth of text. There's no specific financial impact. The main consideration point that requires a little bit of discussion here is that when we came our last board meeting, we designated 1 board member along with Dr. Ghali to represent the school district. Rainbow has designated 2 board members rather than a board member and their general manager, and they also had a alternate. So what's being brought back to our board is to make sure that everyone is apprised that before any CFDs are formed beyond the havens, which is currently the one that where this joint powers of joint powers financing authority will come into play, that any additional CFDs will come to the board for acknowledgement before moving forward, and then also for the opportunity for us to add an alternate to the equation as well.
So what do you want us to do?
Well, before a motion to approve, that, I mean, we are
have an alternate?
to name an alternate.
Okay. Well, since I can't be the alternate since I'm on.
I can be an alternate, unless somebody else wants to.
So we have a volunteer in Trustee Gaddis to be an alternate. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. And then as it relates to the actual resolution, is there a motion for the resolution with Trustee Gaddis now acting as alternate? Thank you for volunteering.
Motion approved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Bringing us to, now we have a public hearing regarding the approval of the developer fee justification study and adoption of resolution 26-05-06, levying statutory fees level 1 on new residential and non-residential development pursuant to Education Code 17260. Hello,
Good evening.
Laura.
We have with us Alfonso Hinojos, who is an associate consultant at Key Analytics. This is a firm that the district contracted with to prepare the developer fee justification study, and he has a presentation for us.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass the place.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Alfonso Hinojos, and today I'll be giving a brief presentation regarding the developer fees. This is a report that is required to justify statutory school fees across the district. So developer fees are collected at the time a building permit is signed off by a school district. They are the most fundamental method for collecting funds for school facilities to offset the impact of new development, since they are paid directly by the developer or the person building the home. There's currently 3 types of developer fees. There is statutory or level 1 fees. These were authorized by the state in 1986, and they may be adjusted by the State Allocation Board every other year. So they were most recently updated in January of 2026, and these must be justified and adopted by the board to allow for collection. The other fees are known as alternative fees or level 2 and level 3 fees. These were authorized by the passage of Senate Bill 50 in November of 1998. For a district to collect these fees, they must be considered eligible, so they have to meet certain requirements, as well as the calculations for this fee are slightly different from the level 1 fees. So they're a little bit more restricted. So the report that we have brought justifies the collection of level 1 fees. These are an amount per square foot. They're set by the State Allocation Board. These are on residential and commercial and industrial developments, as well as any additions that are over 500 square feet. They're adjusted every 2 years, every even year, so most recently in January 2026. And currently the maximum level 1 fee that may be collected is $5.38 for residential and 87 cents for commercial and industrial development. In order for a district to collect level 1 fees, they must approve a fee justification report, which is a report that creates a nexus between new development and the impact that they have on the district. The impact calculated in the report must be greater than or equal to the maximum level 1 fees authorized by the state. And if the report is approved, they do go into effect 60 days after adoption. So this is a brief overview of the calculations that are ongoing in the report. For the step 1, we start with development projections. The district recently contracted a demographic consultant, and they provided development projections in the amount of 923 additional residential units that are expected to be constructed within the district's boundaries. We then produce a student generation rate, which is the propensity of a unit to produce a student, and this is done district-wide. It's a simple calculation that is the total amount of students within the district divided by the total amount of units within the district. And then we move on to identify the school facility improvements needed. These were outlined in the district's most recently approved facilities master plan. Utilizing the costs in this report, we produced a total impact from the new development, which is then divided by the total amount of square footage projected, which gets you a impact per square foot. So in the report, the impact calculated was $7.59. Since this is greater than the maximum level 1 fee of $5.38, the district is then justified to collect the full amount. This would only produce 70% of the total needed to offset the impact of new residential development. Therefore, the remaining approximately 29% would have to be collected via other funding sources, including state funds which are scarce, as well as at the local level, general obligation bonds and mitigation agreements with individual developers. And if the report is approved tonight, they would go into effect, like mentioned, 60 days after, so they would be effective July 14th, 2026. And that concludes the presentation. Is there any questions?
I actually have a question.
Yes.
You mentioned the quote-unquote simple calculation of taking the number of students divided by the number of housing units to come up with a calculation for the generation rate.
Correct.
I would argue that the type of housing that's being built right now is not necessarily consistent with the type of housing that's pre-existent in our area and could potentially actually generate additional students, which would actually impact the district even more. I know this is a standard calculation and it has nothing to do with the quality of work that your organization has done. It's just more of a internal observation of the type of housing patterns that we currently have and are projected to have. And so I just wanted to call that to attention.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. You mentioned level 2 and level 3 fees.
Correct.
How far are we? You did some kind of calculation there, and we weren't.
We did not do a check, but we can definitely do that. I should have checked. I mean, that's a good question.
Because what would be if we
Well,
qualify for, let's say,
requirements, off the top of my head, the requirements is the district must have 20% of its teaching stations in relocatable classrooms. They must have put on the ballot in the past 4 years and received at least 50% and 1 vote of a general obligation bond. They also must have a certain percentage of bonding capacity they must be above a certain percentage of bonding capacity. And then they must have, I believe it's 30% of students in multi-year track record, which I don't think it's something that normally like districts nowadays
you say
do.
You have to meet all those?
No, 2 out of the 4
Okay, 'cause
requirements.
We definitely have like, what, 44% of our classrooms are portables.
Okay, so that would take care of 1. And then also, it has to be like the level 2 and level 3 fees are usually for districts that are rapidly increasing enrollment. And the only problem with Bonsall is that they have pretty steady enrollment, not necessarily a upward trajectory, which could happen in the future. But as of right now, I think that would probably be if they do qualify, if the requirements are fulfilled, I think the greatest challenge would be the enrollment that's not necessarily
What is the
increasing.
percentage of increase required in order to qualify?
No, I'm just saying, looking at the pattern of the enrollment in the past years, I'm just saying, usually you want to see like a trajectory going upward.
That's a pandemic problem. So that let's just say we can say, hey, that the issues that we've had, because everyone experienced extreme enrollment decline because of the pandemic, and then it did start to go back up and it did level off. But we do have some more housing coming. So if there's only 2 that need to be met, what would okay? I know we meet the at least one of those I heard, but it seems like it wouldn't be that hard to figure out if we meet the second. And how much more money would we be getting at level 2?
So for level 1, the maximum is set, and the way you can calculate the fee is a little bit more relaxed. But a level 2 fee, you must use like a certain construction cost that's provided by the state, and it's a little bit more restricted. You must use capacity at the state level, which is their loading standards, as well as you consider classrooms a little bit differently. So it's a little bit different the way the calculation is done, but there is no limit for the level 2 fee. So it would just be as much as the district can justify. So I don't really know how to tell you it, because it has to go through the calculation basically. So I wouldn't be able to give you a dollar amount, because it would be.
It could come out to, let's say you came out with the number like you had before, $7.38.
Yeah, or it could be lower, because that is using a different type of cost. We're not using the state's costs.
So if you came in with a lower number, then we just say.
Then you can't justify. Yeah, correct. So
then we just go level 1.
Yeah, just stick to the.
But
level
how would you come in with a lower number? That's what I don't
Just
understand.
because we're using a construction cost that normally isn't 100% reflective of how much it will cost the district to build.
Well, why do they do that?
It's just a
I'm
requirement
sorry,
to
that seems like very silly. Okay, we're going to use a number that it makes it impossible for you to qualify for level 2 by not giving you realistic construction costs. Is that right?
It's not that it's not impossible, because there is some districts that do like qualify, and they do currently have level 2 fees. It's just, it's designed for districts that are like that really need the money because their enrollment is increasing substantially. I mean, that's what it's designed for. So I guess that's the way they do it, but that's up to the state. That's not necessarily what we just do the calculation. That's all. But yeah, that's a great observation. Yeah.
I think we're all just feeling at least the comments that have come out just now, that maybe we can get more.
Yeah, no, of course, that's a
maybe
great idea.
we need more, maybe we should find more. So I don't know if it merits, and from what you're saying, I'm not quite sure. I would be comfortable providing direction per se, but if there's a quick calculation kind of litmus test to do, and hey, wait, maybe we should be looking further into whether we can justify additional fee levels.
Yeah,
that's
of course,
probably something we should.
We
be
can
doing.
definitely do that. That's not a problem. Yeah, it's a great check just to see.
So this is something that's it's not even expensive to do. It's something you can do.
A check? No, that wouldn't take too long. I mean, we have some of the data carries over, like enrollment, it carries over to the other report. Some things we'd have to work with the district to update, like we have to get state capacity, because the capacity utilized in this report is obtained from the master plan, which is not what we would be able to use for the level 2 fee. So we'd have to work with the district a little bit, but it's not substantially difficult.
So you would have that information, right, Carolyn? Right, I remember seeing that. Yeah, because the state says you can put more people in there. Got it.
Being eligible, yeah. So that would be step one, yeah, correct.
Okay, so let's do step one.
We can do that.
We can figure that one out right now. What were those 4 or 5 things you were saying?
The 4 requirements again? So the multi-year track record, that one I don't think the district would qualify. So there'd be 20% of the teaching stations must be relocatables. There's a certain bonding capacity
Okay, so
threshold.
we have 44% in portables, right? Over the whole
I
district?
think it's like
90% at Sullivan? Is it? It's district-wide, right?
Yeah, district-wide, yeah. So I mean, if one school is that high, then I'm sure that would probably pass. That would be a check mark. So I guess it would just be meeting the bonding capacity or the recent in the
So
past
you
4
mean
years.
Bonding capacity, meaning you have to have some bonding capacity left.
Oh no, so you have to be above a certain amount. So the district must have issued already. I think it's. I'm getting tested right now, but I think it's like 15%, depending on if the debt was issued with CFD funds or not, and it's 30% if it includes. It's like.
Well, I guess if we'd issued bonds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we wouldn't be worried about it. We'd have a bunch of money. I mean, but that's what you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If we had a general obligation bond for 50 million, then we'd have a bunch of money to spend to make
Yeah.
modernize things. But
I know, I agree. Yeah, but that's just that's the requirement.
okay, so it would be that if we passed a bond, or if we're above a certain limit.
Certain bonding capacity. So it must have issued a certain amount of.
I don't think we're there.
Probably
whatever
not.
that number is, because we don't have that much.
Okay,
bonding
so.
bonds that we passed.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can do a check. I mean, that is the easiest check to just see if they're eligible. That is the easiest. So we can definitely do that.
Okay.
Didn't you also say there was another number regarding a failed bond attempt that was above 50%?
No, it doesn't have to fail. It had to be in the past 4 years. The district must have put on the ballot a GO bond that received at least 50% and 1 vote. So it could have been over 55 and passed, but it just has to be over 50% and 1 vote.
Mm-mm.
Okay, no, so that would not.
Yeah.
We'll do a check though. We'll do that.
Now, what is the
Yeah.
name of this? Is it called Catch-22? Is that what it's called?
I'm just.
Sorry.
I'm
Have you read
You're
that
just the
book?
bearer
I'm
of-
just
bearer of
don't
news.
shoot the messenger.
Sorry, read that book and you'll know why I just said that.
So basically, at this point, we need to open an official public hearing as it relates to approving this developer fee justification study. And so it is now 9:11 that we're going to open this hearing. Are there any additional questions or comments from the public? All right, we're going to close the hearing then, and is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Alfonso Hinojos.
And that brings us to action item 9.5. This is the presentation of the third interim financial report for Bonsall Unified School District. Thank you, Ms. Castro.
And this report's gonna need to change because it's changes that were made earlier today.
Right?
Yeah, so you can make it quick and short, you know you can.
It's gonna be quick and short for sure.
And it's gonna change.
This feels very light and fast to me.
Yes. Like
You
3 slides.
you saw my report, right? See if you can beat it.
Yes, I'm ready to do the same thing. This is just to meet the requirement, basically, because we have to move forward with this. Well, good evening again. I don't know if the presentation is ready, but so you're fully aware about the third interim report. We are set requirement by the Education Code 421-31 due to the we were qualifying second interim report, and that's why we are here. We are required to present or to submit a year-end report, and it's also called third interim report. Then I'm just gonna highlight really quick some major changes since second interim report that it was approved by the board in March board meeting. We have an increase in contracted services related to special education services and also transportation, also related to special education. It's important to mention that
Our rate for special ed population is about 22%. I believe at the state level is between 12 and 13%. We have a high rate on special education students. And I know the staff and the administration is working to proper identification and early intervention to prevent this number growing. Then we also have in this current fiscal year, we already reflected in the budget the retroactive salary increase that was agreed on the tentative agreement that was approved by the board. That includes 1% on schedule and 1% off schedule for BTA union. And this represents approximately $682,000. That's including restricted and unrestricted. The net unrestricted impact is $576,000 for that agreement over the 3 years. Then we also have already the presentation of the assistant principal. So when we had the resignation and it was originally not planned to be filled the position, we reduce for the half year of the salary of the year on the current year. Then we had to put it back on the multi-year projection now that the position is going to be filled. Does represent about $64,000 more in the following 2 years, 26, 27, and 27, 28. And then also we have a small, a decrease on ADA from P1 to P2, including BBM banks. The total ADA went down from 2,088.85 to 2,084.02. This is including ADA. That's like a close to 15 ADA that decrease, and that's including in the projection as well. Now, this is just a really simple chart. So you see the 3 years is a multi-year projection of the revenues. So I just want to explain really quick why we see a decrease on the 26-27 year. So the major decrease amount is related to state funding, that is one-time funding. We do see a reflection on increase for $375,000 for LCFF funding, which is the major source of revenue that is related to ADA. But the state funding is about 1.3 million. This is related to the one-time funding that we were talking about. Is related to the discretionary block grant. We received this year that amount is about $619,000. And then we already projected to be expanded for the following year, so it's a reduction on that. And also CalShape this year, we're finalizing the HVAC filtration, cleaning, and evaluation and assessments. So that's $199,000 less. That's why you see the reduction. It seems like a significant, but in reality it's not. It's just because the proportions of the numbers. So it's from the 37.5 went down to 36.5, and that's the difference for those, the majority for those programs that I mentioned. And on 27-28, we do see a slight increase from 36.5 to 36.7 million. We have an increase in LCFF. The projection includes a 3.06 COLA for that year. Hopefully we have an increase beyond that. We do have other adjustments right there to the state and local revenue due to those programs that expire. And then the next one is just for the expenditures. So we also see the reduction on the current year already reflects, we already talked about the increase, the salary increases. The following year is reflecting the reduction of 1% of the schedule because it's only one time for BTA, and also includes the reductions that the board approved for some positions, temporary positions for certificated, and some FTEs for classified. That's why that's a huge reduction right there. On the 27-28, we have a slightly increase, and I just want to make clear that over the years, we do have the stepping column that is impacting salaries as well, and that's represent about between 1.5, 1.7% at least every year, depending, who is in what step in the salary schedule. But that's also incorporated in the multi-year projection, so that impacts. And then even though we do some reductions, eventually it's picking up again, and this is what is happening in fiscal year 27-28.
Benefits or retirement stuff that we contribute to? It includes increases that that we think are going to happen in the next 2 years?
That's correct.
It includes that. Okay.
Yes, includes that.
Thank you.
Yes, statutory benefits, but also health and welfare benefits projected. Yes. Okay, muy bien. This is just muy bien. Great. So this is just the ending fund balance, the projection, how is, according to the numbers that were, this report is through all the transactions reflected to April 30th. After that, things are going to change, especially with today, the release of the May revision. But this is information that we need to go through, and as at the moment, that was information that we had available in the preparation of this report. So for the current year, the estimated ending balance is 6.5 million, 26, 27, 3.32. But for the third year out, we are in the negatives for $123,000 or 0.123 million. And that's why it's precisely we didn't make the reserve, but it put us in a little bit higher negative amount due to the increases to the expenses that I explained before at the beginning of the presentation. So here's just a summary to capture everything that we already talked about, the total revenues, what you can see them alongside year by year, and the expenditures as well, and then the fund balance that we just saw in the chart, but now we're just doing in a side by side. Then you see the total reserve that we are ending or projecting to be ending for the current year is 9.99%, and for the following year 5.29, and then we are not meeting the reserve, 0.36 minus 0.36%. The 3% required reserve is stated right there, 1.24 million for the current year, and it goes. Those are the required reserves, but the last row is telling you how much we are over or under for this reserve. So we're meeting the current year, meeting the reserve, and we're over 2.8 million. For the following year, we're meeting the reserve, and we're over $908,000. For the third year, we're not meeting the reserve, and we're short that amount. So we were short, the ending balance was like minus $123,000. Plus the required reserve, the 3%, that is 1.2 million, that give you the minus 1.3 million. So that's why we need to come up with a reduction. So the next steps is precisely that. As part of the package for the third interim report, the board needs to approve a resolution stating and recognizing the needs of the reduction for 27-28 for that amount 1.3 million. Then administration will continue to monitor staffing, enrollment, and all the expenditure trends to make sure that we balance. And we most likely further recommendations to the board and organizational adjustments and operational efficiencies and other expenditure controls. Now, there's important to mention that you already heard about, Olivia mentioned already about the May revision, so I have just a little bit of information over here. This is going to put us in a different position, and we hope that everything passes when the state budget is enacted and we can move forward with this. We're going to be waiting for the budget adoption that is happening next month. the common message that is prepared by a collaboration of different entities like FIGMAT and School Service in California and some other collaborators. They put this guide to help you to, or give you what numbers to use in the projections. And we're going to be waiting for that for the budget adoption. The governor's May revision brought the super COLA 4.21%. This is an increase. Right now, I think the projection was increased from 2.41 to 2.87, and the difference is that brings us to the super COLA to 4.31. For our district, when I plug the numbers, it represents approximately $380,000 per year. So it's something that is definitely going to help us with the deficit. Then we have this grant. If you remember, the one that we would receive about $655,000. Now they are giving an additional $2 billion for that grant. So and this is very flexible that we can accommodate and helps the general fund as well. We also have, and I cannot see well because of my glasses. Yeah. I can see, I'm sorry. I guess at that page I don't have it here, but it says, oh, the special education, yes. A special education, that was very great to hear from them, that they finally heard the community, finally heard the school districts, parents, and all those that advocate in favor of the students, because these mandates, we're not able to have the funds sufficient to cover the needs for the students. So they're setting aside $2.4 billion. It represents a 43% increase over the last year in funding. So this is great also. Hopefully, what moves forward 100%. And then we have some other grants that are also giving additional funding, more restricted, literacy and math instruction, and the teacher professional development. That definitely will be welcome and help our budget. And that will conclude the presentation. Thank you.
So all that money comes to us? That solves all our problems, guys. 2.2 billion there, 2.4 billion there, we're done.
That would be great to have.
We could build a new school, everything will be great. Thank you so much, Ms. Castro, appreciate you. With that, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 9.6. This is resolution number 26-05-07 to identify the amount of budget reductions needed in 26-27 and 27-28.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I think we're missing a vote. Thank you. That motion passes unanimously, bringing us to action item 9.7. This is resolution number 26-05-01, authorizing transfers of 25-26 district budgetary funds between expenditure classification after June 30th, 2026.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 9.8. This is resolution number 26-05-02 for the fiscal year 26-27 temporary interfund transfers of special or restricted funds.
Motion approved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 9.9. This is a professional services agreement with OBR Architecture, a Lionakis company for architectural services required for Sullivan Middle School / Bonsall High School campus.
Motion to approve.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 9.10. This is to enter into a professional services agreement with MGT Impact Solutions, LLC, for annual forecasting services for the 26-27 year.
I got a question on this. It seems like we have this done, and I guess they use that to justify the numbers, to justify the increase on the per square foot cost. What is this? When do we stop doing this? Because it seems like we're trying to get numbers, and the numbers they give us They go, oh, you're gonna have over 3,000 kids. Now you're gonna have 2,800. Now you're gonna have 2,500.
So we would use the enrollment projection data to inform our decisions going forward. I think they've been helping us with taking totals of students and moving them around and taking the projections. I think we need to probably, as we're moving closer and closer to these developments coming in, that we need to have good, accurate numbers on the developments. But at some point, we could maybe take a break and do it every 2 years or every 3 years or something like that. I would definitely tie it to the cycle of the developer fee justification. But,
right.
Yeah.
So that we have it done, so we have the number when we need it.
But yeah, and we did have, they did offer a 3-year contract, but when Laura and I talked, we said, let's just do 1 year at a time and see how it goes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 9.11. This is the lease agreement between Bonsall Unified School District and Class Leasing LLC for the lease of 2 modular classroom buildings for Bonsall Elementary School.
Motion to approve.
Wait, I have a question about this. So these, because of what we just decided,
Yeah.
would these be included in the removal or, yeah?
Eventually.
Okay.
Yes, those are 2 that we currently lease. And while we would need them now, that would be part of the phase out when we talked about a net gain of 1 classroom. These are 2 of the 5 portables that are currently at BES.
So we're leasing them now, and now we have to release them, correct? Is that what you're saying?
What is it? Was it for 2 years?
It's a 2-year, it's a
It's
2-year
2 years,
lease.
so nothing gets done.
So what condition are these things?
The ones here are not too bad, right?
I mean, are we releasing some stuff that's not good? So can I ask a silly question? So let's say we thought that these were not in good shape anymore. Well, number one, who's responsible for getting rid of them if we're leasing them? And then number 2, is the lease that we would have for a new one the same as the lease that we're going to get for these? Does that make sense?
No, I didn't get the question.
Okay, so we have these on our campus right now, correct? Mm-hmm. And we're leasing them, but they're in okay shape. Mm-hmm. So my question is, number 1 is, let's say we said no, who's responsible for coming and taking those away? And then number 2, let's say we said no, and we just said, okay, we want to lease new ones. Would the lease be different for the new ones than it is for the old ones?
Would it be more? Or would the lease have to be for more years?
So when you did your lease originally, there was a dollar amount for dismantle. They have a dollar amount for installation, they have a dollar amount for setup, and they have a dollar amount for removal. So you've already agreed to a dollar amount, so when you call them, that's how much it's going to cost to take them away. If you were to remove them and purchase new one or lease new ones, we would have to get a bid from multiple companies and see what the latest and greatest leasing arrangements are.
I guess that's my big question, is the amount that we're going to release them for the same or equal to what we would if we were going to get new ones? Does that make sense?
Probably not, because it was locked in when you did the original lease, and then, yeah, it's the same, right? Yeah. So you carry that dollar amount with them until you remove them and get a new set, and then you have a new contract.
So it's the same lease amount that we had at the inception?
When you agreed upon, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Back in 2002. So
Right. Yeah.
But then you renovated them.
But you understand my question. If we're going to renew a lease, I mean, and we're going to pay that, we would pay the same for new ones, then why would we keep the old ones? That's my whole point.
Right. Understood.
And so this 2 years will be okay with our timeline?
Yes, because these aren't located at the area that we've identified that we'd like the architects to look at. This is an area that they could remain there even during a design and construction and then be removed later.
Okay.
Where those are located and where the other three are located as well.
Okay.
I was under the impression the architect was going to look at the entire property to see what needed to be done.
That's at Sullivan and Bonsall High School, absolutely. She's asking about the two that here at Bonsall Elementary, which are
Oh,
different
these are
ones.
Bonsall. Okay.
Motion to approve?
I'll second it.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Let's look at you all vote even before I ask. It looks like we were approving that unanimously. I was going to say it's 9:34, and it's a
We
good thing
could
I
do
had
it a second
my thing
time.
of my caffeine here so I can continue to keep going. All right, the 9.12 agenda item. This is the ratification of agreement in response to RFP 0616-26C1 for Network Electronics E-rate services with Daytel Systems Incorporated. This is a bring back.
And since one was, you had two bids that came back, and one you figured was effectively non-responsive, since we put it out to bid and we have paperwork that says we put it out to bid and we tried and we got two bids, we're okay.
Yes, 100%. We have all the proper documentation in place.
Okay.
It's 100% not issue.
Okay. And that's on your computer?
It is in the server, in the computer. 100%.
She can't leave, ever.
It's in the server, so more than one people has access to it. More than one person.
All right, motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 9.13. This is the approval of the Fourth Amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding between the Bonsall Education Foundation and the Bonsall Unified School District regarding the restoration of the old Bonsall Schoolhouse.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to the Memorandum of Agreement between San Diego County Superintendent of Schools and Bonsall Unified School District for the 25-26 ACES program.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 9.15, and the server is taking its time here. This is digital data sharing agreement between Curriculum Associates and Bonsall Unified School District.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 9.16. This is a ratification of a grant agreement with Silicon Schools to support BUSD's participation in the LCC Micro School Network. This is the money that funded the presentation we got earlier today.
This is what we hope to get, right? Because they haven't gotten it yet.
No, this amount we did receive, and this amount is being used for professional development this summer. And hopefully, there's a chance that we may get more. But this we've already received.
All right, motion to approve.
Second.
Whoever that is being recorded by, we had 2 seconds there.
Oh, well, give it to whoever else. I don't know.
Dr.
That was the
Dabrowski.
fastest 2 seconds I've ever seen.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 9.17. This is red herring agreement with BUSD for fishing simulation services.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 9.18.
I do have a question on this one, so go ahead.
For 9.18?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the approval of the master contracts between Bonsall Unified School District and New Haven Youth and Family Services, TIEE Children's Workshop, and Aya Healthcare, Inc. for the 25-26 school year.
I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here, but there's no not to exceed number on this. It's a blank check.
Is this the one?
So this, you're saying there are set fees, and so if we send a student to this school, that is a fee per the For the entire year?
Yeah, based on the IEP. So it'll be also, his speech services will be added, his behavior intervention will be added. So it's like when we send a kid to a SELPA school, it's like $28,000 for the school or something like that.
So would it be accurate that it's a set fee that we don't negotiate, so there's no room for, would there not be a need to say not to exceed, because they would just say if you assign a student to this school, this is the amount that you will pay?
That's correct.
The fees that I saw were per hour. There was rates per hour on there.
Say that again, sir?
The fees that I saw were per hour. There was per hour rates.
Yeah, I will take a better look at the contracts as they go in, I guess. So I don't know how that was prepared for you guys. But their fees are per year, and then they will have, add-on fees based on what the kid's IEP says.
So it's kind of like open-ended. It's kind of open-ended. We don't know what they're going to need.
We have an IEP, but they have 30 days to decide whether that IEP is going to be what they need at their area. So it's not completely open-ended, and we get to go to the IEP to decide.
Who decides? The new school?
The new school says, based on the environment this student is in, your current IEP does or does not work. So if they think it does not work, then they'll suggest what they believe the student would need in that environment. We're in attendance at that IEP, so we would have a voice in that. But ultimately, they have the say of whether they're going to accept him or not. The student, I shouldn't say him. They are going to accept them or not.
Yeah, I think Eric's concern is that you know, when we do that, all of a sudden now you got like, it goes from one thing and all of a sudden, oh, you need these 10 extra things, and all of a sudden it becomes a massive bill. So is it something that we can object to if for some reason we say, hey, you're overreaching, or?
So when we attend the IEP, I mean, and typically speaking, it's not like what you're describing. It's, oh, this student has 30 minutes of speech per week, and in this environment, we believe he needs 60 minutes of speech per week. And so we're at the IEP, and we ask for the data that proves that that's what they believe he needs. And if we say no, then we keep, coming back around. But at the same time, if we just say no way, then we take the student out and we find a new placement for them. But I've never had that happen. They usually come in with the data they need to say. And I'm using speech. Most of the time, it's the student needs a one-to-one, support person, because of the way we operate in our, rule. And this is a pretty serious case, so we already know that student needs a one-to-one. So I do agree. If there is no pricing on it at all, you don't know if it's $220,000 a year or $30,000 a year. I do agree that I apologize that I didn't catch that as it went in, and I will correct it. But
is there a way to put a not to exceed if we don't have that amount, so we can add that in? Mm-hmm.
Type of services that the student is identified with, you have the hourly amount, charge for the service. You calculate for the time that you're going to be serving for the fiscal year, and you just do an estimate to put the amount right there. Like if, for example, this contract is for the remainder of this fiscal year only. So you have 30 days, whatever are the days that the student is going to be, you calculate based on that. And if it exceeds, and then you bring it back to the board for approval for the exceeding amount. So I think that's what they're asking for.
Right, that would be great. That would be great.
Again, I apologize that I didn't have better oversight of that before it went in. So I will.
So are we approving? There's a lot of hourly charges on here. Are we approving a total of that? Is that the estimated total we are approving?
Can I see that?
Yeah.
From what I understand, at least in what's being presented in the, that's documented online, is that these are the master contracts.
Right.
They identify the cost per hour for specific services, but we're not specifying any individual students and or specific program plans associated with these contracts. It's more of the ability for us to have these three entities available as per the North County Consortium for Special Education's recommendations, so that when a student is identified as requiring services beyond our ability to provide them in-house, that we have 3 more places that we could potentially outsource them to based on availability and whatnot. So,
I can
Yes,
understand
now
that.
I understand what you're saying, because I didn't see it when you were talking about it. But yes, you already approved this master contract at the beginning of the year. You approved the contract and the related fees. And
I
then
made
there's
the same
also a list on there of approved vendors that you also approved at the beginning of the year. So you approved those vendors, you approved those rates, and you approved that master contract already. Now we're saying, okay, we're going to take you up on that. We're going to send this student to this already approved vendor at these already approved rates. What I think I hear you saying, though, is like, okay, I approved these rates. Now I want to know what this student is going to cost me. And that I 100% agree with. But no, you're not paying all those fees or all those rates. That's just the approved rate sheet.
Okay.
And I do remember approving this contract before, and I made the same exception before, was that there was no not to exceed on there. Because, you know, even one of these rates is like $100 an hour, which could be like, what, $4,000 a week.
So
Not that
my
that's gonna
memory is
happen.
that you have objected to it not having a not to exceeds limit before, and those are non-public agencies, which was, they do charge hourly. In these most cases, when we're approving a school, they charge a per year school rate. Like it's $14,500 a year, and then, you know, we go from there. So again, it's a different.
For an individual though, but I think looking for is just, okay, do an estimate, you know, and say, all right, don't do, so like you have to come back every month and go,
Absolutely,
wow, so we need
absolutely.
$150.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're
I
not gonna
understand.
exceed 20 grand, let's say. And
Yeah.
you go, well, shoot, we did it for 14.
Or, yeah, and yes, so heard. Thank you.
and again, from what I'm understanding, this is not for a specific student. This is for having contracts in place for 3 separate institutions, the New Haven, TIEE, and IA, as available sources of, you know, outplacement for services.
Correct. And I think we got some kind of approval that we could group those 3 together rather than making 3 separate contracts. So for IEEE, which is, that's not New Haven,
So this
Children's
is
Workshop.
3 additional vendors.
Correct.
That we approved a bunch of vendors, and now this is 3 additional vendors.
Yes. Yes.
Or they might be
They're-
vendors that
they're-
have updated services and contracts associated with their services and fees.
They're Laura, they're vendors that are on the master contract sheet, but we have not used them yet. So now we're going to use them, and we're asking you guys to approve that we can use these vendors.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action on item 9.19. This is the first amendment to the agreement for special services with Tal Rossini, a professional corporation, and this is for extended, well, it's for pass-through rates for the appraisal. Thank you.
But I thought we had an agreement on what the appraisal was gonna cost. I think it was 13 grand. They said, okay, we're gonna do this, this, and this, and it's gonna cost you 13. So that they told us that's what it's gonna cost. And now they're saying, no, that's not what it's gonna cost.
We just want to make sure that we have an amount available there to be able to pay the invoices. But it's separate. Yes, yes. So, because has been over of the original amount not to exceed to, but this is not really, not specifically for the appraisal. It's for his services.
Ask you a question. So when we have them come in here and they sit here and they listen to our meetings and they're at like the last person on the thing, are we paying them by the hour for that?
For the
Like when they come to the meetings and they're sitting in the crowd and they go through and listen to our word ceremonies and all this stuff, or they're on the clock, right?
I think that they.
So wouldn't it behoove us in the future to move them up as close to the front as we possibly could?
100%.
Instead of letting them sit there until the very end? I mean,
But I
I've
don't
seen
think
that
this
happen
is
multiple
one-
times.
This
The
is
one
not
that
one
it was
that we've
here,
had.
no. He was already a set amount for that. It was not by the hour. But this person in the legal representation that we have for facilities, yes, he's by the hour.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get these people right at the front and just get them in and get them out.
Are we able to, along that line of thinking, separate our action items to, say, legal services, to have precede our reports, and then have additional action items? I don't know if that's possible, but something.
Yes, and we can definitely look at each agenda to see. Typically, these are closed session, and so they don't come and sit for our meetings, and they're not charging us for that. But we can definitely be mindful of that, label it, and have them right at the top. Absolutely, if they're ever in a position where we need them to come during the meeting for
Yeah, because I think the
action.
last meeting we had, who was here last meeting? Now, is she paid by the hour? I just want to make sure, because she was here during the whole meeting, and it was like, I was thinking the whole time, I'm like, boy, I hope she's not getting paid by the
I
hour.
think they get paid when bonds are sold.
Oh, okay. But I mean, I guess my point is, anybody that we have that's like that, we need to create a section that's at the beginning so that they don't have to sit here and watch us give awards and all that stuff, you
Yes,
know?
like preceding the reports altogether.
Now, can we do that in the closed, like at the closed meeting? I mean, like at the beginning of the closed meeting kind of thing, or, no?
I think we typically already try to move them at the very beginning of closed session if we ever have any legal services there for that very reason.
So back to
Mhm.
9.19, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 9.20, not to be confused with our last item because we still have to go back and add one from the consent agenda. This is the independent contractor agreement between Bonsall Unified and the Pizza Guy.
We approve a lot of these. Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Apparently, pizza is a really great thing to include often. And the item that we had removed from the consent agenda was item number 7, so 7.7. This is the approval of the agreement between CSU San Marcos and BUSD for the teacher preparation clinical practice. There's actually no financial impact, but since we have staff from CSUSM, we will recuse Dr. Dabrowski. And is there a motion to approve this?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
4 approving, 1 abstaining. And that brings us to public comment. I believe we do have public comment here today. Somebody who's
All right, so public comment. The Bonsall Unified School District Board of Trustees welcomes participation at the district school board meetings. If you wish to address an item on the agenda, you must complete this form and deliver it to the executive assistant prior to the board considering the item. If you wish to address the board considering matters within the board's subject matter jurisdiction that are not on the agenda, you must complete this form and deliver it to the executive assistant prior to the public comment section of the agenda. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional speakers speak only if they have something new to add. It is requested that speakers address the board from the podium when addressing the board. And Cara LaRussa, you are up. You have stayed here the whole time, so.
Good thing I'm not on the clock, right? Okay. This might take 4 minutes, but under the circumstances, I think you guys will give me a break here. I've been substitute teaching at Bonsall High School since year 1. I want to talk about student behavior at BHS, which has been challenging over the past few years. Behavior problems don't care what side of the tracks a kid grows up on. There were years, and sorry, I have a slight reading disability. There were years the unruliness at the high school reached such levels that people refused to substitute teach there. And all this time, I thought Fallbrook was the high school that we were supposed to be afraid of. I never refused a job, but sometimes I didn't want to be there either. F-bombs and the N-word were the norm, fights, bullying, kids mouthing off, the list goes on. Once a kid, and no, probably not the one you're thinking of, tried to set fire to a chair in my class. But it was a plastic chair, so the joke was on him. And there were a few occasions where I felt nervous for myself or even another teacher. And it came to a point where I was finding myself hesitating to recommend BHS as a viable high school to those who asked. And I've always been the high school, one of the biggest cheerleaders of the high school. Campaigned for it, all the bonds and everything else. But let's put all this political correctness aside for a minute, shall we? I enjoy substitute teaching no matter what, but I have seen a genuine shift in students and their behaviors in the past year and a half. It's not exactly leave it to Beaver, but some days the kids come pretty close. I want to say thank you to our principal, Ms. James, our core teachers, and the rest of the staff at BHS. And I want to talk about the Fab Five. Mr. Costa, Mr. Van Hoosier, teaching from day one, Mr. Benedict, Ms. Armijo, and Hinchcliffe, who joined quite soon thereafter. I commend all our teachers at BHS, but I have never seen anything like how our Fab Five have dug in and really raised our students to a higher level. Kids seem happier, they feel they are seen and even cared about. This is nothing new for the Fab Five, and no, they didn't pay me to say that. And our other teachers and administrators at BHS are also more invested in our students than ever. I know I'm forgetting people, and our science and math teachers and their departments are phenomenal this year as well. I could go on, and I really believe we have the best team of paraprofessionals, support teachers, and office staff ever. I enjoy filling in for teachers, but this is the first year I have really loved it. This year kids actually say hello to me, even yelling, "Hi, Miss LaRussa," across the quad. And honestly, in all the years of teaching at the high school, this has never happened. I can count on one hand, the interactions in past years. I know we have challenges ahead, especially financial. Some of the rooms upstairs need new carpet, and the list goes on. Raise for substitutes, by the way. But all that aside, I'm really proud of Bonsall High School. And I urge school board members, I know a lot of you have been on campus, but I urge you to spend a few hours on our campus and see my beliefs in action. We really have great kids, and this year has been phenomenal. And students feel seen, they feel valued, heard, they feel cared about, they feel safe, and most importantly, it's okay to be different. That is what makes a successful high school. So I just want to say in closing, let's lift our teachers and staff up as they have done for our students. Thank you.
Thank you for being here until almost 10 o'clock at night to share that, and you were right on. That was just under 4 minutes, so appreciate your comments. We are now at the future planning section of our meeting, and our next regularly scheduled meeting will be right after our graduations and promotions and kinderbrations and all of that, which are pretty much on the 4th and 5th of June. So our next regularly scheduled meeting for the Governing Board of Trustees is for Thursday, June 11th, our second Thursday as usual, and closed session beginning at 4:30, open session at 6. And with that, we shall I almost want to wait 2 minutes just so that we can have an additional number in our minutes, but we will adjourn at 9:58 p.m. Thank you all for staying so long.